Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation. Good evening, and welcome back to Computerized Start Live. I am your host, Justin D. Morgan, and Thomas Armstrong is correct. It is SCR Day. Only because I had to order SCRs from Mouser. Because the NTE part that I picked was the wrong one. Oops. So let's first see who we have in the chat. We have Frank S. Thomas Armstrong. Jeremy's Vintage Hillbilly Shack, Ryan at Everything is Broken Garage, Bill S., and Sorcerer Stan, welcome. Thomas Armstrong is asking, is June Trident month? Well, I certainly hope I don't spend the entire month of June on Trident video cards, because I am loving them less and less every day as I seemingly get more and more broken ones. Looks at the Trident card in my scrap card pile. Yes, I have a bad chip bag and a scrapboard box. So, one up on Adrian, who only apparently has a dead chip box. Of course, he probably has a scrapboard pile too, he just doesn't mention it. Alright, but anyways, I have the Kaypro's power supply on the workbench. I have an SCR from Mouser. Hopefully it is more compatible than the NTE part I bought, because the NTE part I bought was only rated at like 8 amps, and when I looked up the part that was actually in the power supply, I realized that I'd ordered these because I was having trouble reading the parts. I went off a bill of materials and it had the wrong part number on it, so I had ordered a SCR that was lower rated than the original part. I believe this one is actually slightly higher rated than the original part, but should otherwise be... Or no, actually I think it is about the same rating. So, yes. Third time is the charm. Yes, hopefully. So anyways, I think oh, yes. Like I normally do, I ordered 2, just in case I somehow mess up the first one. Yes, I went ahead and opened the Mouser box to make sure my address wasn't accidentally put in frame, because I don't have a Retrotech Chris to point out the obvious to me like I did that one time I put my Mouser box with my address clearly inside of the camera, because Retrotech Chris is off to see his son graduate tonight, so yay! Congratulations! Use more force, make it work. Alright, so anyways, the original part was a 2N63... Actually, why don't I just read the part number on the new chip, because I think it's, 2N6395. So, amazingly, they still make 2N6395. So, I have a brand new 2N6395, which is actually the exact replacement. That's right, I forgot. Yes, not only did I order the correct part this time, it's actually the same part number. So, let me get the mounting hardware off this old SCR. And while I do that, I will remind everyone I do have a Ko-fi. So, my channel is too small to have super chats, but I have Ko-fi, so you'd like to help with the May goal, there's not much time left. So anyways, let's see here. There's a bushing that was on the old SCR. So just pop that off. And hopefully that will just pop right onto the new SCR, right like that. I'm just going to reuse the old thermal pad because it seems to be in good condition. So I will put that on like so. I mean, I think especially for the SCR in normal use, should not be much current passing through it because it's in the crowbar circuit, which has to do with overvoltage. So as long as the power supply is not in overvoltage, it should not be switching. Anyways, just pop this in. Line up the bushing with the hole that's in the heatsink. So there's the hole. Luckily, these new capacitors are shorter than the old ones, so I shouldn't have any trouble getting this reinstalled. All right. I am going to here. If I can't get at least want the thermal pad to look somewhat nice. If someone looks in this power supply in the future to troubleshoot it. Let me see if I can't line up the thermal pad. There we go. Now let's see if it'll stay in place long enough for me to get the mounting hardware on. Alright, so there we go. There's the SCR. The thermal pad is probably about as good as I'm going to get it. Ah, Frank got his level shifters, and they are actually level shifters. Well, that's good. Alright. Also, the Mauser order, I did order a few other things, and including some DIN 5 connectors for a repair. Unfortunately, they're the wrong connector for the repair I need to make. Mind you, it's not the DIN 5 part that was wrong, because it definitely is DIN 5. It's a AT keyboard port on a motherboard. The problem is it's a shielded DIN 5 connector, and apparently due to the magic of Mauser, only had one shield spacing version in stock. The rest were non-stock special order, and I don't need 5,000 of them, so I decided I would just order what they had and hope it was correct, and no, it wasn't. So I need some shielded DIN 5 connectors that have a 10mm shield pin spacing. Apparently, I ordered the 5mm ones, which don't fit the motherboard that actually needs a new keyboard connector. Now, fortunately, though, they are the correct port for other motherboards. The 486 that looked like it was both VARDed and flooded. The that connector will actually work on it. So the good thing is I will still be able to fix some computers, just not the one that I was trying to order a connector for, because I think the DIN connector for that 486 board, I think it's actually fine. Amazingly, despite the fact that traces underneath that keyboard connector were broken by the VARDA battery going off. Amazingly, the keyboard connector itself looks good, although maybe it's bad and I'll still be able to use the keyboard connectors. But yes, anyone that can give me a source, preferably not AliExpress. I will order from AliExpress if I have to, but I was less than thrilled with how much it was going to cost for shipping from AliExpress for another project I want to do, so I haven't ordered parts for that yet. Because I'm going to see what I can find that's not on AliExpress, because it seemed like every part was a different vendor, so it was like every time I added a part to the cart, the shipping went up by like $3 or $4 more. I'm like, oh great, so I'm buying $1 or less worth of parts and paying like $3 to $5 in shipping from each vendor, because every part number I have is a separate vendor. And for some of the parts for this project, they warn you to make sure you order the part we have specified, because the height matters or some other metric matters, and well, I can't read Chinese to figure out what might be a compatible part. So I'm like, well, I got to order the exact parts for some of these if I want to do this project, but it's going to cost me way more in shipping, and I want to pay for the parts that I don't think I can find in the States from, like, Mauser. I'm like, okay. Yes, although, if AliExpress has the DIN connectors and they're actually the right thing and I can confirm it, I'll probably order them, because I would like to fix this Pentium motherboard that the keyboard connector is ripped off of it. But it's not ripped off. The shield broke. So basically, it's bent back. So I don't think there's damage on the connectors on the motherboard, but the keyboard is practically not usable, because you're going to break something if you try to plug a keyboard in. So I really need to replace that DIN connector before I try to use it. That, and I need to recap it, because it's got a capacitor that let's see, if you know, in the grocery store when they have the mystery cans that they have that are and you always fear finding the mystery can that's actually shrunken in. Yeah. That's what this capacitor looks like. It looks like a mystery can, although it's got a label on it, but beats me what the brand actually is. And it looks like it's shrunken in. I'm like, nope, probably don't want to power that board up. Not with that in that state. Oh, yes, here we go. I'm talking, and I'm like, oh, I got the SCR in. Good, we can, and I realized, nope, I have one last thing to do, and that would be to actually solder the SCR in. So let me warm up the, oh, did I miss a spammer? Oh, pity. All right, let me warm up the soldering iron. I think, yeah, all I gotta do is solder in the SCR, and we should be good to go. I guess I'll go ahead and zoom in. Oop, not that close. And I guess I'll just go ahead and do this in reverse order. I'll cut the leads and then I'll solder it. Oh, spam was the can that self crushes. Yeah, yeah. This okay. Yeah, this yeah, this capacitor looks like a spam can. So I ordered. Now, granted, I'm sure I'll have to recap more caps on the board, but I at least ordered enough caps to replace the ones that were obviously very much not in operable shape. I mean, in reality, is the motherboard. Oh, well, that's fun. Ah, yes. I bridged. Let's put some flux on that and try again. Let's see if I can fix the... There we go. I can see I had a solder bridge, and I think I fixed it. I think. I'll check it with a multimeter here. There we go. Yeah, pretty sure that's good now. Hey, Will Junior 880, welcome. Yeah, I guess the real thing is if I could fix that motherboard, then I'll probably sell it because end up buy a better one. But I'm gonna fix it first. Yep, this is the yeah, it was I bridged solder between these two pins. Okay, looks like I cleared. Ooh. Oh, okay, I think that's fine. I was about to say, wait a minute. Also, I discovered, while ultrasonically cleaning yesterday, that you can put toothbrushes in the ultrasonic cleaner. Disclaimer, not for cleaning your teeth brushing toothbrushes. But I had a bunch of toothbrushes that just had a lot of flux where I'd cleaned boards and they had all sorts of tacky flux in the bristles. So I thought, well, I wonder if I could clean these in the ultrasonic cleaner. And well, I'm sure at some point I'll wear these out and I'll have to get new toothbrushes, but well, they're at least not laden with flux anymore, so because I know the bristles get sharp as you use them, but at least for now. Ah. Well, I figured if the ultrasonic cleaner fluid that I have in the cleaner is for cleaning flux off of circuit boards, well, what's the worst I can do trying to ultrasonically clean a toothbrush? The bristles come out of it? So, oh, Jeremy, I have a small care package I'll be sending your way when I get a chance. By chance, have you bought leads for the oscilloscope I gave you? Because I actually found the other day found the oscilloscope leads that I was going to give you with that oscilloscope, but of course wasn't able to find them before you came because I needed to find them. So of course they hid in the house. Also, I have an open source project for you to build and use. I believe you can make use of it. I'm going to leave what it actually is a surprise, but I have it on good authority. You can make good use of it. Not yet? Okay. I will send you those oscilloscope probes then, because I was going to give them to you while you were here, but I was not able to find them. Because they actually were... I think they were right about exactly where I thought they were. It's just I think I managed to overlook them. So I'll send those your way. I'll send you this open source project. I even have some parts to send you so you can build it. They are surface mount parts. Hopefully that's fine. Anyways, I'm just kind of cutting some of these leads down where I reinstalled parts and didn't bend the leads over. Alright, I'm also just going to double check that my soldering. Just going to double check this. Excellent. There's not too many surface mount parts. And they're not like super tiny. Okay, that's the SCR. I don't see any shorts there. We should be good. Alright. Yep, I'll get that your way. I'll put the oscilloscope probes in the box. I'll and I think you have what you'll need to use it. So yep. Alright, well, let me just pick up my little lead clippings here, and there is no time like the present to put this back in the Kaypro and see what happens, because I don't really have a good way to test the power supply before I put it in. Other than I guess I can make sure none of the voltage rails are shorted. Alright, as long as the voltage rails aren't shorted, that's going to be where I will... Okay, so that's AC incoming. Okay, so no shorts there. I am in continuity mode. Okay, so here we go. These are ground. Just making sure that the beeper works. There's negative 12 volts. Positive 12 volts, and we're charging a capacitor, so that's fine. Alright, plus 5 volts. And we're charging a capacitor. Okay, let me check. Okay, the 5 volts are connected together. Comma was connected together. And I guess this no connection is still a no connection. That's good. Alright. I'll make sure I don't have any weird shorts now. That's a no connect. Okay, I'm not surprised that beep the beeper. Oh yeah, that's... Okay. Looks like power supply is back together. I got all the caps in. I've cleaned the flux off. Got the safety caps in. The fuse is unblown. Alright, I guess let me give one last look. And I will zoom in case anyone... Just going to make sure that there's no components that I've forgotten to solder, because that has gotten me the past project or two. Hashtag ask me how I know. Okay, before anyone sees this empty hole. Alright, this is a jumper wire that's not connected. So there and there is no connection there. That's a jumper wire that wasn't installed to begin with. This is an extra hole for, I guess, a 4-component part, so we're fine there. And again, the same there. There's an extra ground, or whatever here, and that's not, this is a 3-pin part and 4 pins of holes. Jumper wire that's not installed. Okay, this is, oh yeah. Okay, and then that is an extra hole for, I guess, using a different orientation transistor. So they could, and then this is another transistor with an alternate pin configuration spacing, and then these are some extra holes. There's nothing, oh yeah, for jumpers that aren't needed. Okay. Oh, cool, Frank. Glad you got the pie you needed. Good evening, Will. Welcome. Although, if anyone needs a Raspberry Pi 3 Model B Plus and you're on the Macintosh Friends Discord, well, I have 2 from my spares that I'm selling at MSRP plus shipping. I'll go on eBay later. I'll put my eBay store in the description later. All right, let me grab the Kaypro. All right, there's part of it. And let me grab the motherboard. All right, I'm feeling optimistic. I grabbed both containers that have the screws for the Kaypro in them. I also remembered to grab the fuse because I had removed it at one point so I could troubleshoot it, or could see what size it was, so I could order spares. So, all right. So first, I think I'll put the power supply back in, because that makes sense. Although, I guess it might be nice to at least take a look at the... Ooh, there is a bug on that flyback transformer. All right. Let me turn my soldering iron off. All right, so just kind of taking a quick look at the analog board. And while I do see caps much like the ones that were in the power supply, so I'll probably eventually recap this board. I don't see anything that would preclude at least trying to power it up. A little poly cap there, a couple of poly caps. Yeah, I'll probably eventually recap this board. Actually, I have a number of analog boards that I'm going to recap at some point, including this one and the one that's in my TRS-80 Model 4P. I'll recap it too at some point. All right, so let me probably, so I don't forget and fool myself, go ahead and put the fuse back in. Because I do know one thing, it definitely will not work without the fuse in place. And before you wonder how I know, well, it's just simply because I do see that the fuse is wired into the incoming power, so that's how a fuse works. It doesn't know if it's fuse blown versus fuse not installed. It's just a machine. A pre-AI machine. Thank you. I'll even add this Kaypro was smart enough to not attempt to use ChatGPT to write a legal brief to file to the court system. See, there are advantages to old hardware. Okay, I think these are the screws I needed. And how was this computer smart enough to know not to ask ChatGPT for examples of other court cases that prove a point? And yes, there is actually a lawyer that is probably going to get disciplined by the court system for filing a legal brief in a case where they used ChatGPT, and ChatGPT gave them some example court cases. And even when asked, "Is this a real case?" ChatGPT told them, "Yes, this is a real case." And they filed their brief with the court. And I do not know who ultimately caught the error, whether it was the let's see, I think these were the prosecuting attorneys that might have done this. So I do not know if it's the defense attorneys or if maybe the judge realized that, wait a minute, I can't find any record of these court cases. So yeah, someone is this is a time where the court system does not take too kindly to wasting their time. Oh, yeah, I do agree, Jeremy. There needs to be some restraint to AI, but also equally important, there needs to be some. If you're going to use AI, use your brain too. Like, if you're going to use AI to write legal briefs, no, you cannot ask that same AI if the case is real. No, you got to do your own research. Yeah, I know, there's something to be said about verifying your sources. And something to be said about verifying your sources not by asking your source if it's true. Because yeah, that some lawyers probably going to get sanctioned by the court. How bad the sanctions are, well, I don't know. Probably depends on what kind of day the lawyer's having to some, or the judge is having to some extent. But I will point out, not to actually I don't remember which court case it was, but it is very possible that if you file filings in a court case that are so egregious, you can actually instantly lose your case, basically. I remember reading in the news about a court case where basically uh, although given what the one side did, what they did was pretty underhanded, but basically the court system basically ruled that they had interfered with the process enough by what they did that basically you lose. The court basically found the sanction was the court found for the other side because their what they did was so egregious that yeah, so you got to be careful. Hey Frodo Jedi, nope, you're not too late. So anyways, yeah, this Kaypro knows to not use AI because it's just a CPM machine. So yes, the moral of the story is you can't go ask Chat GPT if it's telling you the truth, because, well, apparently it'll just tell you, yes, I'm telling you the truth, and then file that with the courts. Test by fire is coming, yeah. But first, that's going to assume that I can actually put this back in correctly. I mean, granted, I could probably just put 2 screws in and it'll be fine. And, well, I guess I will have to go back in here later, because if this powers up, I'll need to clean the floppy drive. So, alright, I'll just put the 2 screws in. Alright, let me put the rest of these there. Alright, let me plug this power connector in. Yes, we are going to trial by fire. Hopefully not that far. I mean, this isn't a hard drive from an XT. Okay. Alright. Well, I don't believe ChatGPT will give you an accurate answer if my Kaypro is going to work. Because quite honestly, I think ChatGPT would probably be liable to ask, don't you really want to buy a new computer? Alright, I should probably put one... Probably should put a screw in to hold the motherboard up. Oop, that's not the right screw. Okay, maybe that's why these screws aren't going in. That's the wrong screw. Oh, yeah. Okay, here we go. Sometimes I think I could do a slightly better job in organizing screws when I disassemble computers on live streams. Alright. I think the reason the power supply wasn't going in that great is because I was using the wrong screws. Here we go. I'm not sure that's the right screw either, but... Oh, that's not the right screw either. Hold please while I try to figure out where the third set of screws is. Well, here we go. That's probably it right there. Hey, Rudy. By the way, I don't recommend s'mores cooked by the fire of electronics. The smoky taste is not that great. Alright, so I don't really know which of these connectors is required and which aren't. Well, actually, I do know this one's required. Luckily, there's also a key pin, because that is the power connector. Alright, I'm going to set these screws off to the side, so if I manage to accidentally bump things, I won't bump them off the desk. Okay, now the cool thing is I have new technology down here that I already had and just wasn't using. So I can plug this in. I can even turn this on. I can put the camera like so. I can even turn the smoke absorber on, just in case. And then I can back up just a little bit. And then I can go, let's see here. Go to HomeKit and find the outlet here. There we go. And, all right, smoke test in 3, 2, 1. Well, that's a bit disappointing. Well, oh, wait a minute. I hear something. I hear clicking. I don't know what I heard, actually. All right, there was no CRT image. Maybe I was hearing a disc spinning. Is the power switch on? It is now. Yeah, I hear something pulsing when it's on. I can't tell where it's coming from. Yeah! Did the power supply start working? Well, I don't know. Alright, well, I guess what I'm going to have to do is measure voltages and see how badly I've destroyed things, potentially. Alright. Okay, so here's ground. 283 millivolts. -4 on the 12, -12. And 12 volts has bummer. The power is on. I hear pulsing. That's the crowbar circuit. I know where that's coming from now. Yes, that's definitely the crowbar circuit. Thomas, I measured one better. That's the incoming power connector. We had -4 volts for on the 12 volt rail and like 1 to 200 millivolts for everything else. That is no joy. I mean, one thing I could do, if I could find a way to do it. Power strip on. Hold on. Do these floppy drives have normal Molex connectors on them? All right, let me take a look here. I could. Let me see if I can remove the power connectors from these floppy drives. And at least remove. I tried to do this before and I had trouble getting the power connectors off. Oh, that might be partially because I didn't realize what direction they plugged in, so I might have been trying to remove them the wrong direction. Let me remove everything unnecessary, just in case maybe one of these floppy drives is shorted. Yeah, same symptoms. Well, actually, Thomas, not not quite the same symptoms. I don't remember hearing that pulsing noise before. That that pulsing noise is new. So what that's telling me is the crowbar circuit. I think that was the crowbar circuit kicking in. It kicked in immediately. So something's not regulating power. So it looks like well, Thomas, if I could find any tantalum capacitors on this, then I'm right there. I have yet to see a tantalum capacitor. All right, I'm still trying to unplug the floppy drives. Where the floppy drives may have actually have a tantalum or two on them. I can't tell. Um, no, actually, I think that's an axial electrolytic. You know, I think Kaypro may have built these things without any tantalums on them because unless there's one on the analog board. Yeah, I'm trying to unplug the floppy drives. They're giving me a fight. Um, probably going to have to. I'm probably going to have to attempt to spray some deoxit, but I suspect they're oxidized in. Hold on. Yeah, there's probably a tantalum on the floppy drives. All right, I'm having. Unfortunately, the way the floppy drives plug in, they plug in. The Molex plugs up, and it's shoved up against one side of the drive. So I'm having trouble getting a grip on the Molex connector. Yeah, it's very tight. Yeah, Rudy has a Kaypro. His is probably just as tight. They like there's hardly any room in some of these wire bundles. Well, actually, I could here. Let me see if I can unplug this one board going to the analog board. Oh, hey, Francois. Oh, okay. Thomas is confirming I have a real tandem drive. Okay. Well, all right. At least let me unplug this just to make sure I'm getting my hands. There. Let me unplug that. Okay. So I just unplugged. There's like a board that's on the back of the floppy drive. There we go. Got one. Hey, Joe. I'm currently trying to unplug anything and everything unnecessary because it's beginning to look like I've got another problem. I'm trying to plug this connector back in that I unplugged to be able to get the Molex out because I don't want to forget what direction it went in. Okay, I got one out. Yep, no smoke yet. Yeah, I may have to see if I can get some needle nose pliers in here, but there's not a lot of room. In fact, actually, I might have to remove this cross brace to get to the other floppy drive connector. So hopefully this case won't just completely fall apart when I remove this cross brace because I need the extra maneuver room. There we go. Also, because this connector is like really close to the incoming AC power. Do not worry, I have unplugged the power cable. And actually, I think the problem is these connectors have oxidized in from... Oh! Actually, I just realized there was a ground wire loose on one of the tandem drives. I wonder if that could have caused the problem. Did the main board have a short? I checked it. I did check it previously. It did not have a short. I will check it again here real quick, since the question has been asked. Alright. Alright. Not a short there on 5 volts. Definitely not a short on 12 volts. No short on negative 12 volts. Yeah, the lowest resistance I had was like 150 ohms, but it quickly goes up because there's a capacitor. So I am not measuring any shorts on the motherboard. Also, for anyone in the chat, remembering that I said, oh yeah, I think the video connector is standard NTSC. I was slightly, well, I was incorrect. You could make an NTSC video signal from the connector on the motherboard, but actually I forgot. The connector on the motherboard is has separate horizontal and vertical sync. So you would have to put the signals back together. And then you would have an NTSC video signal, a composite. But it probably would be possible to hook up something like a RGB to HDMI, because I think you could define for that 3 pins, the 3 pins that are on here. Or I could combine them using a 74LS86, says Joe, which if I get desperate enough, actually, you know, I might have a 74LS86 if I really get desperate. But I don't have a power supply to just plug this into. I mean, that'll be the next step. If I really get stumped on getting the original power supply to work, I'll just get a Meanwell eventually. Yeah, go ahead and put it in the chat. We told you so. Go ahead. Hey, if you're going to leave that comment, just leave the comment. I don't care. I stand by my decision to try to repair the power supply, because if it was something simple, and I discovered it lately, if I discovered it later, I would have felt really bad about ordering the Meanwell. Of course, now I actually have the opposite. I feel really bad about ordering all those parts that didn't work. Okay. So I've unplugged the 2 floppy drives. Alright, so I got the CRT circuit still in. Okay. I'm going to turn this on real quick and see what the power supply does. In 3, 2, 1. Actually, I do not hear the oscillating noise. Let me check voltages real quick. It might, although my dehumidifier kicked on, so it might be I just can't hear it. So we have... Oh, well, the ripple's actually really good. It would help to turn that on DC. Oh, man. For the briefest... Hey, I've got 5.63 volts. Wait a minute, 5.63 volts. That's... No wonder the crowbar circuit's kicking in. 12.7 volts on... Negative 12.3 volts. The power supply is actually outputting voltages. They're a bit on the high side, but it's outputting them. Yeah, the main board does sync. Wait, okay, we're in. I need to add a load to this computer to see if the voltage is coming cookies while I try to find my sacrificial hard drive. Oh, here we go. All right. Kaypro, meet Quantum 40 megabyte hard drive. Quantum 40 megabyte hard drive, meet Kaypro. All right, now I'm sure the Kaypro purists are probably really like, what? What are you doing? 40 megabyte hard drive. 40 megabyte SCSI hard drive doesn't belong in a Kaypro. If I blow this quantum hard drive up, it's no big loss. All right. 3, 2, 1, go. 5.16 volts. 11.76 volts. Negative 12.3 volts. We are good. Power supply. So one of those floppy drives is shorted, I think. Yeah, that was the power supply test. All right. Yes! We have video! And I have no floppy drives. I got a video image. It is, I need to adjust the contrast here. Okay, where's the other knob? Because I see raster lines. All right, where's the other knob? Oh, I bet that's actually on the video board itself. Unfortunately, I now realize that I can't show you the screen. Yeah, I got a video. I probably just need to put Droid Cam on my phone. All right, let's see what the voltages are like with the motherboard connected. So apparently, could the whole problem have been the floppy drives were shorted? Although I know I tested that SCR. The SCR was bad. So I think I was going to have to. Okay, I should probably say I definitely have high voltages now. Be careful. Probably do not attempt unless you're a trained professional, because yeah, high voltages are inside. Yeah, we got good voltages. Yeah, that looks great. Yeah, I'm about to pull those floppy drives out, because oh, the raster lines are gone. That's weird. Yeah, I'm gonna... Alright. Now see why the drive is bad. Well, hold on just a second. I'll get there. We're going to take a moment to... And now the drive circuit for the CRT has failed. Well, actually, it might be this... Yeah, Joe, I have a feeling I'm going to have to recap the analog board in this computer. I have a feeling I am going to have to recap it. Because, yeah. Or maybe it just had to warm up. Because I do know before you adjust a CRT, which, since there's a possibility someone adjusted it before I got it. If they were trying to dork with things. It is possible that I know to adjust one, you have to let it warm up, and then you can adjust it. So maybe someone adjusted it before, and I don't know. I was actually going to see if I couldn't install Droid Cam here really quickly. Oh, the caps may reform and work. That is also true. I know everyone uses Droid Cam and... Oh, there's all sorts of these webcam apps. Oh, and they all have in-app purchases. No, I don't think I want ones that have in-app purchases. Droid Cam the one... Oh, I already have Droid Cam installed. Um, I want I'm going to have fun getting those floppy drives out. I just realized some of the screws are actually on the other side of the CRT, and half of them are rusty. Alright, I guess I can allow you to do that, Droid Cam. Let's see here. To use PC as a webcam. Use as an OBS camera. Oh, here we go. Actually, I'll just pull up the phone on a web browser. Okay. I just don't remember what IP address my phone is. Okay, you can use the camera. Guess you can use the microphone. There we go. Oh, alright. So this isn't going to be the best experience, but it'll at least let me not have to install an app. Hold on, let me make that bigger. There we go. Alright. Well, Rudy, I had checked the computer for shorts at one point, but it did, because I was having trouble getting the Molex connectors off, probably because I was doing it wrong. I didn't think to check the floppy drives for shorts. So, the way the... Yeah, but I got there, Kaypro II. Please place your diskette into drive A. Actually, this is pretty cool. I'll have to install the plugin in OBS, but I know if I do that, I'll have to restart OBS. So, there we go. I'm sure the Kaypro purists are like, SCSI hard drive on a Kaypro? Well, that's good. It looks good, because I'm just sharing it with a web browser. So anyways, there's, anyone recognize the power supply there? But yeah, well, I can't put my phone in too far. There's live AC right there, but actually, let me turn this off, and then I can at least show you where the Molex connectors are on the inside. So, hold please. Oh yeah. Hi everyone. Actually, if I turn this around, will it flip? Oh, there we go. Alright, so right there, this is why I had trouble getting the power connector out. Because yeah, these are probably truly tandem drives. There's the one power connector, and yeah, that's pointed up. And then the other one is right there. And yeah, seriously, if I just turn my phone up, you can see the ceiling. The tantalums are on the top drive. Yeah, I was afraid you were going to say that they were on the top drive board. Yeah, the one that I can't get to because of the drive bay. So I'm going to have to... Actually, let's switch to... So, anyways. It's actually pretty cool. Alright, I think I will have to investigate implementing DroidCam a bit more. Because actually that was pretty cool to be able to pull a camera up and show it. Okay, now I do need to discharge the CRT now. So usually my method for things like this is I'm going to actually, I leave it plugged in, but turned off, because I really think you need to have an actual ground. And then I find the screwdriver that is long enough to get under the anode cap. Because the thing is, this the Kaypro is probably new enough that it has discharge resistor or a bleeder resistor, but I don't. I'm not going to prove that by sticking my hands in the analog board section. All right, and then I will get one of my alligator clips that are really too small to clip onto this effectively, and I clip it where I can, and I connect the other side to, well, okay, so I'm going to connect the other side to ground, and usually I pick, I pick something that I know is ground. Probably the metal case is what I'm going to have to attach to, because I like to connect to like the same ground as the CRT monitor if I can find where it's grounded, but I do not see its ground connection, which probably means it's the lower, probably. Oh, you use DroidCam for your top-down view. Okay, yeah. All right, well, I think the implosion band is connected to ground. I hope it is. So I'm going to connect my alligator clip, and then I'm going to very carefully try to get it under the anode cap. All right. And and then I turn the power off. All right, I'm pretty sure it had discharged. All right, and now I still instill a healthy dose of, there could still be high voltages present. Because there could be. Although, hopefully not the CRT. All right, let's see if I can figure out how to get the floppy drives out. So it does look like I'm going to have to. Okay. All right, so first step, it does appear as if I'm going to have to remove the motherboard, because I think I'm about to use an Allen key. Okay, I'll check that in a moment. We'll see if I can't get the at least one of the floppy drives out. All right. And this is why I only used one screw to attach the motherboard, because I knew that most likely I was going to have to remove it again. All right. Now, move the floppy cable. All right. So now let me see if I can find an Allen key set. believe I did something really silly and rationalized one day that, computers hardly ever have Allen keys in them. So I will just store my Allen key set in the top of my toolbox, which I usually like to stack and store all sorts of things on top of, because that's where I put the things that I never use. Although, watch, I'll have forgotten and the Allen keys will be somewhere else. Oh, yeah. And the Allen keys aren't here. There's my sandwich bags that I put screws in. Maybe I should put those somewhere a little more easy to get to. Oh, there's my Allen key set. Or one of them. It was on my workbench. And I have a feeling that the one I need is the one is one of the three that's missing. Great. Alright, I may have to go find... Nope, that one's too big. Actually... Yeah, I'll check that site out. Let me first see if... let's see, that one's too small. And in fact, I bet these are actually not metric, so that was probably the wrong set anyways. Let me see. By chance, does that one fit? Nope. Let me see. I've got some screwdriver bits here that are kind of Allen key-ish. Let me see if any of them are the right size. I may have to go hunting, because I have two full sets of Allen keys somewhere. They're probably in my toolbox in my garage. Or at least that's where I hope they are. I don't have a screwdriver bit that's the right one. Nope, not there. Are any of these the right one? Actually, that one looks... Alright, so it's not 1/8 inch. Not 3/32 of an inch. Does that mean it's 3mm? Maybe these are metric. No, not 3. Alright, it has to be 2.5. Or it's some size that... No. Okay, it's not 2.5. It's not 3. It's not 3/32 of an inch. It's not 1/8. Because 3/32 and 2.5 was too small. 1/8 and 3 was too big. So the riddle is, what is the size that is between those? Which means it's going to be... Five sixteenths. No. Already 3/16. No, it's not gonna be 3/16. It's gonna be... No, I don't think there is a size between those. Wait a minute. Okay, maybe these aren't Allen. Maybe these aren't Allen. Okay, let me go find my Harbor Freight security bit set, which actually I see it's over on the other side of the basement. Okay, having trouble figuring out what kind of bolt they are. I mean, they sure look like they're an Allen. They need an Allen key or something like that. They're definitely not Torx. Oh, wait a minute. Nope. Okay, so that's 5/64ths. That's not it. 3/32, too small. 1/8 is too big. Are those actually rust torque bolt torques? No, they're hex. All right, they're the screws that hold the floppy drive in. All right. I think I'm gonna have to. All right, let me droid cam. All right, I'll let you all see what I'm. I mean, they certainly look like a hex bolt. All right. History recently closed. Hit it? There we go. All right. Oh, let me make that bigger. Yeah, I'll definitely look into integrating Droid Cam or something like Droid Cam better. So it's these bolts right here. Unfortunately, I don't know how well. Oh, okay. Hold on. Oh wait, can I turn the flashlight on? Probably not. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. They're probably metric, but they are. I mean, those do look like six-sided though. All right. Okay, let me try again. Okay, so I've got two. All right, let me find all the bits I had in my hand at one point. Okay, so I have a 2.5, 3, 4, 5, and 6. 2 millimeters is too small. I could use, well, yeah, I could use the pliers to loosen them, but then I'll goober up the heads. Now, the problem is I can't find the so 2.5 is too small and 3 is too big. And I really would like to find something more than pliers because I really don't know how well I can get pliers down around the CRT. And they do look like hex. Well, are they six-sided? One. Oh, are those square? Is that the problem? Found it. Problem was No, they're not. They're not metric. They're not imperial. They were so rusted, I was having trouble telling what they are. Does anyone want to take a guess as to what they actually are? And I'll give you a clue. Our Canadian companions probably have a leg up on this trivia question. Yeah, that's a big hint. Anyways, I found the bit. Yep, it's a Roberts. It's an R1. Oh, no, it's not. No, they're not Roberts. Oh, I got fooled. No, that is not Roberts. Ah. Okay, they're not Roberts. I guess I am going to have to use the pliers because... Alright, I'm tempted to go run upstairs and go just check to see if I can go find my my actual full Allen key sets to see if by chance, because I got a decent size set. It's not, well, it's not the full one. All right, I'm gonna go run upstairs. I'm gonna go see if I can find my Allen keys. I think they're in my garage. If I can't find them real quick, then I guess I will resort to pliers. So, hold on. I'll be right back. All right, didn't even have to go to the garage. All right, there we go. 7/64ths. That's what they are. They're 7/64ths. So I was correct into thinking they had a hex head on them. As soon as I did bring the metric keys down, but as soon as I looked at what sizes they were, I realized that they couldn't be metrics. Yeah, they are a hex key. They're 7/64ths. They're also pretty rusty, so I will probably get some navel jelly and soak them in that or something. Well, I mean the heads are rusty. All right, I'm gonna remove the top floppy drive first. We'll do these one at a time. I would like to figure out what's wrong with them. Although the thing is, I do have a GoTech that I'll probably try to use. Whoops, wrong way. Yeah, Frank, you're. Yeah, 2/64ths off. Well, I think my math was off too. All right. Yeah, the reason why I wanted the hex key was because I'm more confident that I can stay clear of the neck of the CRT. with a key. All right. Oh, come on out. I probably will actually put GoTex in this at some point. Problem is, I need to get the ones with the 435 microcontroller on it. Because I think for the Kaypro you need to use HFE, the HFE disk format. Because the native image format that's usually used by Kaypros isn't supported by the GoTech. Because the Kaypro is, I don't know, a little bit different. And maybe it's all CPMs would run into a similar issue. All right, we got the first floppy drive out. Oh yeah, I see plenty of tantalums. This is Tantalum City. Not to be confused with Spatula City, by the way. But yep, it's a tandem. The belt is... Oh, it actually seems to be one of those fabric reinforced ones, but there is some yellow junk on it. All right. Okay, I am going to label this drive on the side of it somehow, if I can find the marker that I should have. Should have a marker right over here. So I'm going to put an A on the side of this drive, so that I remember it's the drive that I pulled out of the A position. Because on a cursory glance at the tantalums, I do not see any of the tantalums that look like they've thrown a temper tantalum. But that's not to say that they're not shorted, because they very well could still be shorted. Also, there is an empty IC socket for some reason. Okay. I don't see anything that immediately looks shorted or blown up or half there. Okay. So I'm going to pull the other drive out and we'll take a look at both of them. But that drive has an A on the side so that I put it back in the correct position. Because there are jumpers on those drives. Because the floppy drive does not have a twist in it. It uses the jumpers. I mean, I think it's documented online what the positions are, but... So, I mean, I could get it fixed. All right, and I got a pretty good look at the second drive's PCB. And I don't see anything that immediately looks blown up on it either. But it's in the shadows, so... Yeah, now this is exactly why I wanted the hex key. Whoop, I just realized removing those two screws were off camera. Because... Oh, the empty sockets for termination resistor if needed. Ah, well that explains something I see on this floppy drive. It's not an empty socket on this one. So I wonder how I install a GoTech if I need termination. Because I probably installed GoTechs to replace both these floppy drives. Oh, the blue tantalum don't blow, they just go low resistance. Okay. Oh! Okay, yeah, I see all those blue tantalums. Okay. Well, unfortunately, I probably don't have any spares of these tantalums, so... The good thing is, though, they're tandem drives. I can get belts, because I think this drive A needs a new belt. Because there's something on the belt, and I suspect it's like some sort of fungus. Measure resistance on both drives. One may be good. Okay. Well, even if I have one good drive, I don't have any Kaypro discs. Yeah, I'll cut them out to see if the short clears. I mean, I'll have to order tantalum caps. It's not something I normally order a lot of. Oh, there we go. All right, there we go. Got that one out. Let's see here. I think there's still a ground lead connected. Or did I unplug it? Oh, still a ribbon cable connected. Ribbon cable disconnected. Oh, ground lead still connected. There we go. Okay, and here's drive B. I also don't see any tantalums that look like they decided to cause me trouble, but the blue ones go low resistance. So on this one, so that I don't forget, I'm going to write a B on it. Ah, so you put your GoTech on drive A and left the second floppy drive in. Okay. Yeah, I know when it came to my TRS-80, for example, I decided to replace both floppy drives with GoTechs because it seemed as if on the TRS-80 at least, programs... Whoop, I just lost the label. Pre-test, Station 7, burn-in, can't read it. Final test. Looks like Station 11, QC, number 11. Well, the label fell off, so I guess my warranty's void. All right. Okay, we'll set this to the side here. That there. And that goes there. All right. Oh, I can use electrolytic caps. The same problem may exist, just not as sure. Hold on while I find a place to put this. Oh, there we go. Just put it right there. I wanted to make sure it was far enough away from me that I didn't do something crazy like I did on Dave's stream with a PC case I had sitting behind me, and I had the PC case sitting on its side and I rolled into it with my chair and it fell over. So, don't want to repeat that with that Kaypro because it's got a CRT in it. Also, coincidentally, that PC case was the one that had the really dirty power supply in it. Yeah, I guess I could buy the Kemet capacitors. Okay. So let me see here. So I'm not sure if that's 5 volts or 12 volts I'm measuring. But let's see, that's not shorted. Point 560. Okay, that's not shorted. All right, I'm trying to see if one of these is. Barring not seeing any obvious signs of shorting, I'm measuring the. All right, so that's 0.54. That might have been the 5 volt side. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. We have a dead short on this floppy drive. So it appears as if drive A is shorted. Oh, Thomas, it's definitely under 100 ohms. It's under 50 ohms. It's under 1 ohm. It is a dead short. It read 0.1 ohms. And this is drive A. So drive A, it looks like it's the one that has the short. So now the question is, which one is it? Of course, you know it'll be my luck that the tantalums will be fine and it'll be one of these ICs. That'd be my luck. But it probably is one of the tantalums. All right. Let's see. I think Thomas someone put some capacitors. 4.7, 16 volt, both of the main offenders. So I did see on the chat, I think it was someone. Hold on, I'm scrolling back to see the comment. Who wants to go low resistance? C36 and C43. There we go. C36 and C43. Let me turn this here, and that way I can zoom in some more. All right, C36. Are these yellow or blue ones that I'm looking for? 26, 39, 25, 20, 13. Here we go, C36. Oh, I'm reading 0.1 ohms there. C43. Of course, granted, if I got a short on the board, it's quite possible I'm going to read 0 ohms pretty much everywhere until I start cutting capacitor legs. Ooh. That looks funny. R51. Well, I am reading 0 ohms across R51. Yeah, don't forget to smash that like button for recapping a power supply and replacing the SCR and glass diodes only to find out it was quite possibly the floppy drive the whole time. Although, honestly, I did test the old SCR with the test I found online. I think the SCR was bad because it failed the test I found. The new SCR passed. Oh, okay, so R51 is 0 ohms. Okay. All right, trying to find the other capacitor. So that was C36. You know, it would have been too easy for them to put these in, like, order. I mean, it kind of seems as if they're numbered by the schematic, not by the board layout. So is the orange one extra spicy or something? C43, here it is. And 0 ohms. Okay, so... Alright. Here's the thing. If I start up at the front, yeah. Okay, so I'm reading 0 ohms. So both those capacitors are reading 0 ohms. But then again, the voltage rail is reading 0 ohms. So, unfortunately, the thing is, if I start cutting capacitors, then... Well, if I can try to do them smart, I might be able to do a solder bodge temporarily, but... I do not know if I have... Alright, just to temper everyone's expectations. Oh, wait. So these are, what are these, 47 16s? You might have said that in the chat and it went by before I could see it. Heat the leg out. They are on the same 12-volt circuit. Oh, yeah. I guess I could desolder them out. Okay. Yeah, that also works. Okay, well, let me warm up the soldering iron. I turned it off for when I was done with it, so I didn't accidentally sling it out of the holder. Like I did on Dave's stream on Sunday, but it was also off then, too. Actually, you know, it probably doesn't surprise me the SCR was bad, because it's quite possible that whatever shorted this floppy drive, they should be 4.7. Well, I see I can read a 4.7, because it says 4.7, and then something I have 4.75. Oh, okay, yeah, that 5 is going to be the, okay, yeah, 4.7. Okay, well, let me see if I can't remove one of these legs. So, I'm going to first go for this one here, because it actually, the more I look at this capacitor, something seems to be funny about it. Well, there we go. Okay, I may have to, oh, good night, Rudy. I may have to actually remove this PCB, because I think the lead is bent. I think the lead's bent. Which probably shouldn't surprise me. Okay. Alright, let me take a picture of the connector. Remove this PCB here real quick. Which I'd... Oh, hold on. Just realized there's another connector. One at the front of the board. Okay, there we go. I mean, yes, granted, I could have used the other one as a comparison, but... it could be a slightly different revision of the drive. It wouldn't be the first time that I've had a computer and it had 2 floppy drives, and there was like a minor difference between the two, but it was enough that I noticed that, oh, wait a minute, you know, these look different. All right. Alright, I am going to have to remove these connectors. Alright, the other good thing is I believe these connectors are actually installed numerically in order 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13. Why they don't start with connector 1, I have no idea. Come on. I guess the other good thing is this lets me get a good access to the floppy drive heads, which, considering I see cobwebs inside the drive, they probably need cleaned. The rails probably need lubricated. Alright. So floppy drive is to the side. Let me see if I can't... Oh, actually that leg is bent over slightly. Alright, let me see if I can't... straighten that leg up. So now if I come around to the other side and solder, hopefully I can just lift the leg straight up. Or maybe not. Alright. Fine. I'm just going to remove it completely. There we go. Just remove it completely. Oh, and that leads on the ground plane. That explains why it was so hard to remove. There we go. Almost out. Alright. Oh. Did I get it out? Nope, of course not. Well, they sure didn't design these boards for repair. Alright, fighting with a bent component leg. Oh, I don't have all the solder to that one. Come on. Okay, it's being stubborn. Alright. Add solder and then remove solder. And we're probably going to get to Justin's theorem of the harder a component is to remove, the less likely it is the one that's actually bad. Alright, good night, Frank. Well, at least you got to see the Kaypro powered up, even if the floppy drive still needs work. And the nice thing is, since these are tandem drives, I can get new belts from Console 5. In fact, I wonder if Console 5 has a cap kit for tandem drives. Because there are a few electrolytics on the board on the back. Alright. Still fighting with solder or something. Also, the leg of the components this capacitor is bent too, and at some weird angle. I might just be fighting that. Also, even if this is still a good capacitor, I think I've managed to break it. I don't know that I'm going to be able to measure it when I'm done. I mean, I haven't ripped any pads yet, but the night is still young on that one. Okay, at least we're not attached with solder anymore. Wow, they really... There we go. Stan, I was having trouble that it was loose. There was no solder holding it in. But the way they bent the leg, in fact, you can kind of see somewhat that they bent the leg really weirdly. So I had trouble getting it out just because of the way it was. It's like almost like it got bent two different directions at the factory. It's really weird. I had trouble getting it out just the way it was bent. Okay. Probably would help to measure it with the correct polarity. And there, you'll see it at the same time I do with my X-Tech multimeter, because and it's reading 5.5 mega ohms. So yeah, I think this one was made with bent legs, and then they bent it again at the factory to keep it from falling out. Unfortunately, I kind of broke this one removing it. So this one's reading such a high resistance. It was probably bad. But I suspect that if I now check the resistance across that, well, first of all, I'm not going to be able to reuse that cap. I think I broke it. Oh, but the short is gone. No. I'm still reading a short at C43. That's weird. 5 MO. Oh, okay. Alright, well, I have a feeling that capacitor was good then. For 5 mega ohm. So C43 is still reading a short at the capacitor, so I guess I gotta remove it too. Alright. Unfortunately, I broke this cap, so I'm not gonna reinstall it. I'll replace it. Alright, I'm gonna try adding solder. And then I'll try desoldering it. I think I need a new soldering. I may need a new soldering tip too. Every time I try soldering with it recently, it seems like it's working worse and worse, so. Alright, Thomas. I'll catch you later. Okay. Well, maybe it's the result of my soldering tip feeling like it's on its way out. I'll just add that to my list of things that I need to buy. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm looking at it. It's looking pretty oxidized. Hey, Sloopy. There we go. Well, that one came out much easier. Alright, verdict. Am I reading a short with that one out of the board? Oh, I know I always have lurkers. Except on Twitch, where Twitch tried to convince me I had a lurker every stream, and I'm convinced that they were just lying to me. Well, I have 385 kilo ohms now at that position. And the tantalum I just removed. Shorted. Well, there we go. I think that might have been the shorted tantalum. Naturally, the second one. There you go, Justin's theorem of electronic repair. The more trouble you have removing a component, the less likely it will be that it's the one that's at fault. Okay, that one looks fine. Just gonna make sure I don't see any shorts anywhere else on the board. Oh wait, can't see the polarity mark on that one. Okay, that looks fine. Oh, there's the polarity mark. Right, that's reading fine. That's reading fine. Oh, are those like non-polarized? Maybe those are. Oh, that's a ceramics. Okay. Well, I think the short is this the rail I was reading the short on? Or was it this one? All right. All right. Yeah. Radio Shack, IBM, and others all have these drives and tantalum caps in. All right. It looks like it was C43. All right. Let me see if I have any 4.7 16s. Not that I think this drive is in particularly good shape for operating, but this is the drive. Oh yeah, this is the drive that had the funky, I don't know what it is on the belt. I can see if it'll clean off, but I'm less hopeful about that, whatever that funky stuff is. I mean, at least it's not a power supply filled with I don't know what. Okay, let me see if I have any 4716s. One moment, please. Or 47 16 or close. Okay, I'm sure the drive purists would cringe at the thought of using electrolytics to replace tantalums, but these are 4725s. I mean, I might order some through-hole tantalums later to... If I really... Well... First problem will be these are not going to fit that great because they're way bigger. I don't think I've got anything smaller that's a... Oh! A 4.7. Thank you, Thomas, for once again correcting me. Okay, let me see if I have any 4.7 16s. Unfortunately, it's less likely I have that value. All right, actually, I forgot. Okay, they're 4.735s. Hopefully that's close enough to 4.716. You can thank the some of the bad Trident video cards that I have, that I ordered a whole bunch of small electrolytics. The only reason I have these. If you want to see me attempt to repair Trident video cards, well, that's Thursday's live stream for GPU June. Anyways, these will probably be close enough. I mean, I could put that one tantalum back on, but I did break it somewhat, so that I don't discover later that what I did to it was a really bad thing. I'm just going to replace both of them. But yes, these are 4.7 microfarad, 35 volt rated. Panasonic brand, I think. Yep, Panasonic. All right, Thomas, thanks. And yes, I got 4.7 microfarad, so we're good on capacitance. Yes, have a good evening at work and stay caffeinated. Okay. All right, now that I got both capacitors in place, I'll double check the resistance again. And hopefully resistance is all right. Let's see, I got 3. Oh, if I can get my meter. All right, so that's like 2.1 mega ohms and 1.71 kilo ohms. Kind of weird. double check that. Yeah, okay, well, at least it's not shorted. Alright. Alright, the electrolytics might have changed the resistances a little. Alright, but anyways, 2 electrolytic caps that normally wouldn't be there, but for the benefit of maybe trying to see what these drives might do tonight. Although that is assuming that alright. Actually, I'm trying to think. I had some spare belts. I bought for something I didn't need. Let me check. They might actually be tandem. Oh, of course. Yes, I have a spare floppy drive belt in a plain bag. So I will have to go look up my Console 5 order history to try to figure out what that belt might be. Because that belt may actually not be from Console 5. Because I thought they put labels on their belts even. Alright. So I'm going to see if this yellow funky stuff, whatever it is, cleans off. Well, it's not coming off completely, which kind of worries me. Oh, actually, I think the belt's worn there. That's... Is that belt wear? Alright. Yeah, I'll get some... Whoop. Oh, yeah, this belt is, okay, this belt needs replaced. I might be able to get away with it. I might be able to get away with it tonight, but this belt has definitely lost its flexibility and it's boogered up. So Sloopy, Walmart, $12.99. My choice of belts. You know, funny, $12.99. I think is also what Console 5 charges for the fabric reinforced tandem belt. Which, if I'm going to, hey Adam. Which, if I'm going to go through the trouble of replacing the belt in the floppy drive, I'm probably just going to go for the premium one. Because as difficult as some of these belts are to replace, although these drives aren't too bad because you can clearly get to it, but for example, yeah, I just want to get this. Well, I'm going to have to replace it. I don't know why I'm trying to clean it. It needs replaced. I mean, I do have some tandem drives I could steal the belt from. But as difficult as it is to get the belt on them, like these tandem drives here, yeah, I get the good belts for them because it's really difficult to get that belt replaced. Because you can't... There's really no way to access where the belt goes on the other side, even if you remove this board. So, these ones I definitely get the good belt. These drives here, I wouldn't mind. I probably might just get the standard belt because it's easy enough to get to the belt. And it's not like my Kaypro is going to be running any mission critical chat GPT servers anytime soon. Although, if it does, if I do run chat GPT on it, I'm so setting up fakelegaloopinions.com. It actually might be a fabric belt, but it is actually one of the rare fabric belts that's actually degraded. Probably due to the storage. Yeah, I think it is a fabric belt, but it's it has degraded, probably due to poor storage conditions. So I'm going to replace it. Yeah, that might be why it's not stretchy. I think it is the fabric belt, but it's I'm going to replace it. It'll probably be fine to try tonight, much like the electrolytics I put in place of the tantalums. It'll do for now, but I will put on my list of things to order the capacitors by means of just putting them in my Mauser cart. Yep, I'm going to need foam swabs like sometime really soon now. But yeah, I'll order some proper tantalum replacements long term. Just because I'll put it back to what it was. All right. So just really gently lift the drive up, just so that I don't get isopropyl out. Well, give me a slightly better angle at the drive head, and so that I don't get isopropyl alcohol on the felt pad. And actually, now that I look at that drive, ew, something's amiss. Okay. I noticed something else here. Oh, well, Adam, you missed me. Install the SCR. Only have the Kaypro still not power up. To realize that I had a dead short on the A drive. Although the SCR that was in the power supply, I think, was dead too. So, I think I had more than one problem with the system. I'm actually kind of wondering if maybe the SCR, if the floppy drive shorted over a weekend of whoever owned this Kaypro, and if maybe a weekend of the SCR acting as the overvoltage protection. I'm kind of wondering if maybe the SCR burned out while it was doing its job, because maybe the tantalum capacitor failed and the power supply was in its protection mode for an extended amount of time, because the SCR failed. I mean, the power supply needed recapped. I mean, I did smell fish when I removed it. Oh. 800 is your new favorite Quadra. Quadra 800, nice. Hey, Dave. Alright, I'm just trying to remember where I put my toothpicks. Because the fun story, I had been looking for weeks for my little bottle of machine oil. And last night, while looking for something else that I couldn't find, and I thought it might have rolled under my workbench, I finally bothered to, scoop everything up that was under my workbench and sort it out, and one of the other things that had fallen down there was a box of toothpicks. And lo and behold, even though I had looked under my workbench many, many times for that machine oil bottle, it was actually under there, but Why I didn't see it until I scooped everything out from under the workbench, I don't know. But it was down there. And of course, the box of toothpicks had fallen over down there. Oh, there's the toothpicks. I didn't put them in the drawer. Okay, found the toothpicks. Now, trying to find the bottle of machine oil, which I think I set somewhere on my workbench because I suspected I might need it. And now I have to try to remember where I put it. And the answer probably is I put it... No. See, this is how I lose things. I lose things in plain sight. I won't consider under my workbench plain sight, obviously. So we'll lubricate the... Well, I guess, I was going to lubricate the drive rails. I guess I can lubricate them with something other than machine oil. Alright, I'll use white lithium grease. I'll probably find the machine oil like as soon as I button the floppy drive back up. Alright, so let me clean the old... Ugh. Yeah. This was definitely going to need lubricated before it was going to be used. Let me clean the old cruddy, sticky... lubricant off the rails. It's quite possible there's something wrong with that stepper motor. Hopefully it's just lack of lubrication and not, like, seized. Although, it's good that I found the machine oil, because actually the fan that was in that power supply that I had on... that I tried out on Dave's stream, that I spent time cleaning yesterday instead of doing other things that needed to be done more because... Well, it was Memorial Day, I had the day off, and, well, I just wanted to get that done. Anyways, I gotta post some pictures for my channel supporters of that. But I did take the advice of someone, and I forget who, that said, oh yeah, you can put that through the ultrasonic cleaner. So after I spent... So, how did I clean it? I first took it outside with the leaf blower. Because I realized, you know, that's going to be easier than dragging my shop vac outside. Because my leaf blower is battery powered. And I used most of one battery charge trying to blow dust out of that power supply. That was fun. And then with the last little bit of charge, I blew the leaf blower at one of my trees that had a branch stuck in it that fell out of one of my pine trees back at the beginning of last year when we had a big snowstorm. And the branch looked like it was ready to fall out of the tree. Because I could tell it had fallen, and I wanted to try to encourage it to fall the rest of the way so that I could do yard work under the tree without risking the limb falling. Happy note, I came inside, did something else, and then went upstairs to eat lunch, and the first thing I noticed when I looked out the window in the back, that branch was on the ground. So I don't know if it was my encouragement with the leaf blower that accelerated it, or if it really was about to fall out of the tree. But I don't have to worry about that branch falling out of the tree now, because it is out. And has been returned to the woods from where it came. Actually, I think I am going to use some lithium grease there. Anyway, so leaf blower. And then I used my little smoke absorber as kind of like a dust collector. And I used a toothbrush to brush loose dirt towards the smoke absorber. And that actually was quite effective in collecting the dust. I probably spent an hour just brushing dust out. Oh, hey, Eric. Yeah, everyone came here. And so did you now, apparently. Ugh. Alright. And now it is time for ASMR repair with Justin. This is what the floppy drive head sounds like. It doesn't sound very good. Alright, that concludes ASMR with Justin. Now back to trying to make that happier. I think I'm going to try something else. I think that needs something stronger than machine oil. It's also possible that the stepper motor is the unhappy part of the equation. So yeah. So then after I used the toothbrush and brushed all the dust out that I could, and I was using Q-tips and other things as well, I then put everything in that power supply through the ultrasonic cleaner, including the fan. But then once I got it out and I was dried, I was like, I really need my machine oil so I can re-lubricate the bearings. So at least I found it. So now I can re-lubricate the fan. But yeah, I'm going to post some photos for channel supporters before and after to... I suspect that if you didn't know better, you probably won't recognize the power supply after, because it actually... I think it turned out really good. Also, I got the megahertz display fixed, and I think I got it fixed. So I'll include that with the channel supporter update. Which, hopefully, I will remember to post sooner rather than later, because I may need to use parts of that case on Thursday's live stream. So, yeah. Hopefully, I will remember to take some photos before I go upstairs, and that'll let me post a quick update sometime tomorrow when I get a chance. Because, yes, I am live streaming twice this week because I'm crazy. So tonight is just the Kaypro repair for Maypro. That still sounds awful. Alright, let me see if I can get some lubrication into the stepper motor. Oh, okay, that's at least better than nothing, but... So anyways, yeah, but yeah, I got the megahertz display fixed. Well, mostly. I gotta order parts, but... I at least got it to the point where if I now order parts, then it won't be in vain. And yeah, Eric, I do agree with your spindle Oh, yeah, the spindle axle. That's what I meant. Yeah. Because they're probably sealed bearings. Alright. Is that window the... Okay, how do I get that window off the bottom of this drive so I can... Oh, that's not nice. That's really not nice. I think I need to get some machine oil. Alright, that'll be good. Okay. I think this floppy drive's okay to try, even though I don't have any Kaypro discs. I don't really have a way to create Kaypro discs. At least we can see if the Kaypro likes the drive. Okay, so this was here. And let's see here. Yep. And 9, 8. Okay, so. Yep, and then these were plugged in numeric order. So we had 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, and 8. And we'll compare that with this other drive here, which actually I think is the same revision. So, yep, that connector 6, yep, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Very good. This drive B, appears to be, or at least it wasn't shorted. I don't know that either of these drives are working, because I haven't done anything with them yet. I don't have any Kaypro discs. I'll see if I maybe can't... Oh, I don't know that I could use a GoPro. I don't have the right adapter to use a GoPro. I would very much like to set up a PC for writing legacy discs, but I need a few parts to do that. Oh, I just realized there was a label on the side of this one. It said A drive. And had someone's initials. Okay, so they were labeled. So my labeling of A was unnecessary. Alright, so this drive is, well, it's cleaned, it's lubricated, it's not shorted. We can give it a try. Alright, I do at least want to clean this other drive, though. Alright, so let me at least... I think to clean it, I can leave this other cable connected. Or these other cables connected and just flip the board back. Since I don't need to replace anything on it. Or at least I don't need to replace anything on it yet. No, I just thought of something that would be really cool, and that would be if there was like a open source flash floppy based board that you could make, and it had a edge connector for the ribbon cable instead of pins. So if you were replacing a floppy drive in a 5 1/4 inch computer, then all you got to do is just put one of these in, and and you don't need to go separately source a adapter, and then plus maybe it'd have a 3D printed case that would fit different computers. Kind of my oh good, I didn't. Nope, I did dab that one. All right. So you could just directly replace the floppy with something instead of. There it is. Having to use all sorts of weird adapters. Because I've yet to find a 3D printable case that holds a Gotek that I think will fit the Kaypro nicely. Because they definitely don't make that you can get on Amazon. They don't make the 3.5 inch half height to 5 1/4 inch full height adapter brackets. Anyways, I don't have any spare ribbon cable to pin header adapters. I'm not taking the computer apart where my adapters are. Oh, I'm not taking apart the computers, plural, where my adapters are. Although one of them is much easier to disassemble than the other, but I prefer not to steal from either of them because hopefully, after Thursday's live stream, I might actually have a better video card for one of the computers. And then the other computer is my TRS-80, and I'm not taking it apart. All right. Oh, this one sounds better. Okay, heads are cleaned. Spindles are lubricated. All right, let me put a little drop of machine oil down the spindle axle. Just a wee little bit. All right. All right, well. Okay, and I'll check the belt on this one. Although, don't worry, I do have a few more repairs I gotta do the Kaypro, even though I probably won't be able to actually boot it from a floppy image tonight. I do still have to tackle the keyboard. Hey, 1-bit. You have joined during the captivating process of floppy drive maintenance. Although I guess at least it's not floppy drive percussive maintenance. Alright, and let me clean this belt. So I will at some point. Well, if I want to replace one belt, I'll just replace both belts because then it's easy to remember. Because these are, yeah, this one's definitely a fabric belt, but the one in Drive A was definitely degrading. I suspect that Kaypro was not stored in optimal conditions. In fact, actually, as dirty as the case is, I'm pretty sure it was probably stored in a shed or something. Hey, Sean! Yeah, you can let Adrian know that I learned floppy drive repairs from the best. And Tantalum struck again to another tandem drive. All right, well that at least will do for now. Okay, so B drive looks good. A drive's been repaired. Yeah, I was cleaning the drive belt because Drive A's drive belt had something funky on it. I'm not sure exactly what it was. It was orange. I'm kind of wondering if it maybe wasn't some type of mold or fungus or something. Yeah. You could let him know. Tantalums probably were the death of a otherwise perfectly good Kaypro. Because to catch you up, I got the SCR. It came in today. I replaced it. Power the Kaypro up. I hear the clicking noise of the crowbar circuit. And then, luckily, someone says you probably have a short. I unplugged the only thing you really can unplug, which is the floppy drives, and it powered up. So, yeah. I can't help to think that the shorted floppy drive maybe did take out the SCR and the power supply. And yeah. The motherboard, I did recap it last week. So I replaced the electrolytics, but yeah, it just worked. Luckily, Adam, you'll be happy to know that Kaypro, at least when they first started out, at least they didn't follow their peers in switching to MT RAM. This has Oki Data RAM, and I think they're the original chips too. So yeah, they didn't try to cheap out, at least for the Kaypro II, with the MT RAM chips. Got Oki. Yeah, I'm just looking at them here. Yeah, those actually do appear to be. Yeah, I kind of think all the chips on here might be original. So yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, nice, Adam. That sounds pretty nice. Yeah, Need to find more room on my workbench. All right. Trying to find a... There we go. I guess that'll work for now. All right, let's... Yeah. Oh, yeah, and sockets on the... Yeah, everything is... I mean, yeah, Kaypro did it right. I mean, granted, if you read the service manual for the Kaypro, they pretty much... the manual they would have sent to dealers, it pretty much says that, you know, we don't expect you to do component level repairs, but the service manual has the information you need to try to do that. But yeah, all the chips are socketed. It's great. I mean, yeah. Two electrolytic caps. The rest are ceramics and all socketed chips. Z80. Just one of the ROMs. The other ROM. I think one of these is a character ROM. The other's the system ROM. There's the Z8440s. I think those are basically like the CIAs or the PIAs one. The 8420. Oh, the 8420s and the 8440. I think one of these may be the serial. The other like the CIAs. There's the floppy controller. There are a couple weirdly bodged chips, but I believe that's factory. So there we go. That's 80s ingenuity there. Kind of would be nice if that mod was implemented on the motherboard, but I'm just gonna leave that right there because that is the original bodged chip right there. Someone, yeah, they had to lift a couple pins, solder wires, and very carefully so they could still put it in the socket. And I think there's another chip here somewhere. Oh yeah, here we go. This one has a lift leg from the factory. Although it is possible that this might have been like an after bodge, because I think there were a couple of like service bulletins. So that may actually maybe is a repair after the fact. It could be a repair incorporated at the factory, but yeah, a couple of interesting bodges. But yeah, that's everything socketed. It's like a repair, a vintage repairer's dream. Because even seemingly usually well, I mean, I guess the early Apple IIs had lots of sockets too, but hey, Chris! Yes! Congratulations to the Retrotech Chris family. They, their son graduated high school today. Yay! I'm presuming that's which ceremony it was the actual high school graduation. But yes. So glad you could make it. We just so anyways, so I just did a little floppy drive maintenance because apparently after I repaired the power supply, the yes, it became clear there was still something shorted, and it was one of the floppy drives. Yeah. Yes, well, glad you could make it. All right. So, I don't have a way to make discs. I need to that is one of the things that I would like to do is build a computer for writing vintage discs. But I kind of need parts for that, so that's one of the many things I use coffee tips for, is those weird, crazy builds. Yes, I kind of want something like Adrian has, honestly. That's pretty cool, just having all the floppy drive types so you can write any vintage disc on it. So, Because I'm... Yeah, they, unfortunately, this auction, because if anyone, honestly, probably didn't get from some of the weird problems I've had with this computer, didn't figure out that I have a knack for finding the cheapest option for everything. Well, it didn't have any discs with it, so... Well, actually, I had two criteria. One, the price had to be right, and two, no missing keycaps. Since I didn't have a, since I don't have a parts Kaypro to steal keycaps from, so yeah, I had two criteria. I'll reveal the price once I get everything up and running, and we'll see. Well, okay, I've spent too much on parts to try to fix the power supply where, although I really do think the SCR was failed, so I was probably going to have to repair the power supply in any case, even if I had caught the fact that one of the floppy drives was shorted. But the problem was I was having trouble getting the Molex connectors out, so... And now that I removed the floppy drives, I'm actually having trouble getting it back in. It's not lining up with the screw holes. Alright, I'm going to turn this the way I can see it. Oh, the Apple III you're buying only comes with one disc, the Apple II emulator disc. Oh, yeah. Oh, and that's why it's not lining up. Yes, it does usually help when inserting a drive into the computer that you don't set the drive on top of, like, any of the wire connect. Ow! Wire connectors, because that usually then causes the floppy drive to be, offset from the screw holes. Also, whamming the floppy drive down on your finger. Ow, that hurt. Yes, I managed to, like... managed to wham the floppy drive down on a part of my thumb that already hurt. So it, like, really hurts now. So yeah, if you heard me say ow, that was not me finding out that I didn't discharge a capacitor. I whammed the floppy drive down on already hurt part of my thumb. So now it's like... now I gotta wait for it to like, stop aching again. Alright. Yep, it's the hazards of computer repair. Okay, well, at least I got the floppy drive in, and... I don't know why I'm putting all the screws in other than the way these go in. Well, I am just going to go ahead and screw them all the way in, because if I don't, then that's how I lose screws and forget where screws go. Because I have a bad habit of taking computers apart and losing the screws, because I have a computer apart for an extended amount of time because it takes longer to do a project. So my goal was, even if I couldn't fix everything on this Kaypro, was to have it all back together so that I can set it aside while I get whatever else I need to finish it. Which it looks like I'm going to need to get some floppy drive belts. And I guess to really get it back the way I want it, some actual tantalums to replace those capacitors. The electrolytics will work for now. And I was kind of tempted to maybe see about integrating a GoTech, but I haven't found a way to mount the GoTech that I like. Yeah, Sean, I do need to get bags. I was trying to find some smaller bags than what, but the grocery store didn't have any. I was actually trying to find some of the snack size bags. But yeah, that's what I need to do. I need to put the screws in bags and label them. Yeah, I need to get some more supplies, including bags. But yeah, I honestly probably should have tried to get the bags before I started tearing this computer apart, honestly, because. But well, you live, you learn. I'm at least going to put all the screws back in this time. Hirsch pill reminders. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, the grocery store didn't seem to have the snack size bags. I don't know. I don't know why they didn't. I thought they still sold them, but. Anyways, okay. Come on, floppy drive. I know you want to go back in the computer. Come on. There's nothing to be ashamed about. You don't have any shorts. I promise you, the Kaypro is not going to make fun of you. There we go. Or at least I don't think it's going to make fun of you. Alright, there's that. There's the ground tab. There it is. Alright. And there. Alright, we will be back. I will be back to working on things you can actually see here very, very, very shortly. I just need to get these screws in on the CRT side. And then I can set the Kaypro back down. Alright. Oh, those. Yeah, that would also work. Maybe I should get some of those. The large pill minders. Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about now. Yeah. It won't help for the projects I've already taken apart and haven't put back together yet. Stares at, like... Oh, wait, I must have moved the Atari parts. That's right. I did move them finally. Yeah, for the longest time, the Atari 400 was sitting on my side bench here in disassembled state. I did finally move it. It's still disassembled. But I did finally move it off my bench. Oh, nice. The matching monitor and all. Oh, yeah, that's also a good use for those. The storing the SMD passives. Yeah, that would save me from having to try to remember what I've got a little strip of SMD parts that I found on the floor yesterday while trying to be a little nicer to my work area, and finally cleaning up the parts that had fallen on the floor. And yeah, it beats me what these actually are. I'll have to look at them under the microscope, and hopefully they're labeled something. The interesting thing is, all 5 of the parts are still there, which is weird. So whatever they are, there's something that I must have either not actually needed, or that I lost on the floor, couldn't find, and ordered again. So I'm hoping they're labeled. Oh, yeah, I haven't seen the photos of it. I'll all right, here we go. Got the floppy drive screws in. All right, there's that. All right, floppy drives are back in. See, that's the cross brace. All right. I do know that I will probably have to recap the analog board on this, so if you've liked this Kaypro repair, it will definitely be back in the future. Just I'll let a few things rotate through. Yeah, I'll try to remember to order capacitors for when I order from Mauser next, or a distributor. So, all right. Oh, let's see here. So this, where's that connector? Oh no. Oh, did I get things twisted up? All right. Why isn't that? All right. Hold on. For some reason, one of these short wire leads is not reaching where it used to reach. Because I apparently twisted up the power cables while removing and reinstalling. Alright. Hold, please. Although first, let me put my Allen key back in the set, because otherwise I will be wondering where in the world my... What was that? 7/64ths bit went? Why can't I find it? Oh yeah, that's right. I had it for the Kaypro, and now it's gone to the workbench. Oh, there we go. Alright. I see what I did. Okay. Alright. Let me remove that ground lead. Let me remove the Molex plug. Alright, I got, there's kind of like a sort order of the wires from the factory, and I got a few of them backwards. Apparently this white wire lead needs to be on top of everything when you plug the floppy drives back in. I'd gotten the Molex power and the ground tab for the A drive on top of that wire lead. But it needs to be on top so it'll reach where the connector goes. Word to the wise. Alright. Yep, someday in the future I will recap the analog board. If I were thinking I would pull it out and try to read the capacitor values now, but not going to do that right now. Yeah, looks like it should be doable. Yeah, I suspect it'll need recapped. I don't see anything leaking, but it probably needs recapped. You know, that would be nice if there was a cap kit already available so I could just order one, but I don't think there is. Okay. Let's get this motherboard back in place. There we go. Now this connector is keyed for what it's worth. Power. So we'll use these plugged in to kind of hold the board in place. There we go, floppy drive cable. This is going to be the... Yeah, I'm kind of wishing I had ordered a couple extra of those ribbon cable adapters, but I didn't. Okay, so there are... two screws that hold this motherboard in. On these standoffs. And... okay, those are the outside screws. So these are the... okay. Yeah, the motherboard sits on top of the CRT. It's a very weird... I guess that's because of where the ports are. But yeah, that's, if I were designing a computer, I don't know that I would have wanted to put the motherboard on top of the CRT. Definitely not my first choice. Good night, Eric. Probably wouldn't be my second choice either. But yeah, the motherboard sits on top of the CRT so that the ports, probably likely so the ports could stick out on the top of the back. But yeah, that means all the heat coming from the CRT is going to radiate right up to the motherboard. So yeah, definitely not my... wouldn't have been where I would have put it. I would cynically say that maybe that was their way of making sure the Osborne effect wouldn't cause you to not buy a Kaypro by all the extra heat. But yeah, so I would say, though, that this is why they did it, is so that the ports could be along the top. Although I'm sure there's other ways they could have done it, too, but... yeah, that's not exactly what I would have done had I designed this. Three. All right. Oh, that's right. I forgot to resecure the power supply. All right. All right, let me get these real quick while I can still get to them. Then I'll sort out the ports. Oops. All right. I'm realizing I should have probably put these in first before I put the motherboard on, but all right. Already started. Okay. All right. This is the point where I get to remember where all of these fasteners go. I think I'm realizing that I'm probably going to have to watch my own live stream potentially to figure out where some of these go. All right. I think this one goes here. And I think I may just put enough of these in so that things stay in place and figure some of these out later. I don't know. All right, let me just get enough of these in to secure things. All right, I think the serial port. There we go. So those I know go to the serial port. My tool for tightening these is over on the other bench. I'll go grab that in a second. All right. There's that. I'm going to have to go watch my own live stream to figure out how the parallel port went. The other thing I'm somewhat bad at is remembering how things go. And let's see here. Let me just get these last two screws. I think that one goes there, and this one goes here, and that'll be at least good enough. I just wanted to make sure the motherboard was staying in place because I'm gonna go grab the keyboard and see if I can't get it fixed real quick. At least wanted to get the motherboard secure. I don't know that I can test much on the keyboard without the floppy drive, but I at least wanted to make sure the keyboard connector was... There we go. Okay, I think that's at least far enough that I won't bore you with the rest of these screws because I'm going to have to go watch my own live stream. At least the motherboard is in. The keyboard port is straight so that I don't have to worry about misplugging things. The bug crusties that were beside the floppy drives are now out. Yeah, the parts I need for the printer port are on the bench, but I don't remember how they went. I think there's a I think there's a lock nut and a washer that hold it in, but I don't quite remember. For some reason the port, I don't know. I'll get them later. I'm not plugging in a printer tonight. Unless Mac84 Steve joins us like right now and express mails me a printer. Which probably would mean he would have already had to have express mailed me the printer, because I definitely know that I'm in an area that does not have same-day delivery. Alright, but I would like to see... I'm trying to find my power cord. I wanted to at least... Before I get to the keyboard, I want to plug this in and make sure that it powers up. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know. So there's this part here. So this piece is welded to this part. The other one's separate because you have to be able to... Because the way this comes off, you got this one separate. But then I've got like some long screws, some washers, some lock nuts, and some nuts. And I don't remember what the stack order is for all those hardware components. So I'm glad to go watch my live stream. But yeah, the Centronics connector. I've got all the parts. I just don't remember what the stack order is in reassembling them. So I'm going to have to watch myself disassemble the Centronics connector to remember how to reconnect it. Because I can be bad about not only am I bad about not losing components and forgetting where they go, but yeah, forgetting the stack order. Ooh, I got a drive light on drive A. And the disk is just spinning. Oh, does the Kaypro really spin the drive waiting for a disk? Alright, I don't have any Kaypro discs, but somewhere I have a box of 5 1/4 inch discs. And I'm highly tempted to just jam one in and see if it tries to read it. Which it won't be able to, because it's not a Kaypro disc. But I think I took my 5 1/4 inch discs upstairs. Because it's quite possible that the reason the drive's spinning is because there's something wrong with the floppy drive controller. I have any 5 1/4 inch discs down here. Any at all. Any at all. Alright, let me run upstairs and grab my 5 1/4 inch discs real quick. I don't have a CPM disc, Sean. Unfortunately. I'm just going to put a disc in and see if it tries to read it. Or if it's just spinning. Because I need to know if I need to order a FD17938-02 or not. So I'll be right back. They're just at the top of the stairs. Alright, good night, Chris. Yeah, I need to get a Kaypro formatted disc. But it needs to be a Kaypro Roman numeral 2. Alright, I'm gonna see what happens if I insert a disc. It's still just spinning. Well, I think I can say one thing about that floppy drive. It scratched my disc. So, I believe that floppy disk is, not good anymore. Luckily, it was a blank disk. I wanted to see if it would at least do a head seek or something, but I think... Yeah, I think that floppy drive... I think there's something wrong with the floppy drive. I'm kind of... Oh, you know, I bet when the tantalum shorted, I wonder if there's components that went along with it. Maybe that's why the drive's just spinning. Maybe the floppy controller's fine. Now I kind of really wish I could plug in a GoTech. All right, good night, Sean. Yeah, I think I'm realizing that we're going to have a floppy troubleshooting live stream some point, but not Thursday. Thursday's GPU June. But yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out if I might also replace that ceramic capacitor there. It looks a little funny, but oh wait, that's not the only one that looks like that. Maybe that's just the orange coating coming off. Yeah, basically the floppy drive was just spinning. So I don't know if that I think it is just a Shugart style floppy drive. Jumpered for I don't know what drive position it's jumpered for. I mean, if I had a 5 1/4 inch drive handy that was jumpered the same way, then I could probably try it. Unfortunately, the only 5 1/4 inch drives that I have that are not in a computer are either high density or are half height drives, but they might take the same jumper block. That might very well take the same jumper block. I might be able to use one of the drives I pulled out of the TRS-84P, at least for troubleshooting, because I know it is a the correct floppy drive type. And I bet it uses the same jumper block. Or very close to it. I may have to look that up. I don't want to change the jumpers on that drive in case I ever decide to put it back in my TRS-80. Yeah, I think your TRS-80 has the same drives. Yeah, this Kaypro has the full height drives, so... I mean, I could, well, I can't steal one from an Apple IIe. Because... Yeah, that would not have the controller board, because the problem could be the controller board of that floppy drive. FD 17938. Alright, let me see something here. If I turn this back on... Does this chip get hot? No, the floppy controller doesn't feel like it's getting hot. do not like the proximity of the CRT to the motherboard. And I still need to do my video on Gotek on the TRS-80. At the rate I'm going, it might be a Septandy video. Okay, the floppy controller chip is not getting overly hot. Also dawned on me, I did order some floppy controllers. But I don't think they're the same part number. But I guess I can double check. There's a open source project for MSX I wanted to build. FD17938. Let me check the chips I bought. Let me see if they're by chance the same. Okay. The only reason I thought to check is because I did remember they were Western Digital controller chips. I guess I could also see if maybe they're pin compatible. I don't remember what they are, though. They may not be the same controller, because MSX does support higher density drives. These are WD37C65Bs. Yeah, definitely not the same part number. They do have the same number of pins. Alright, let me just double check. I doubt that they're like a plug and play replacement. But you never know when... They very well, they might be. Alright, let me just double check the data sheet. I doubt I can just plug it in, but sometimes manufacturers do funny things like that. Where they'll like, make a new W37C60... No, it couldn't be that easy. Single and double density. That couldn't be that easy, could it? Well, that's interesting. This controller does support single density. Okay, so this one is a Western Digital. Well, it says copyright WDC, but I'm thinking that that's actually Western Digital Corporation, not Western Design Center. Which I could tell by looking at. Yeah, that's definitely Western Digital. So it isn't. The one in the Kaypro is an FD1793. Actually, I think that might be a B as in boy -02. Although if it's not a B, it's an 8. The new chips I have are also Western Digital. WD37C65B-PL. Yeah, it's Western Digital. So I'm looking at the data sheet for the new chip. It does say it's backwards compatible with another chip, but it's not the one in the Kaypro. But it also mentions that single density, which tells me that it might still be backwards compatible, because sometimes manufacturers will like make a chip have a superset. Although then again, it may not be. It may also take me longer than I want to spend on trying to drive backwards in data sheets. Wait a minute, is that a C revision? Oh, I've got the wrong data sheet. No. All data sheet gave me the wrong data sheet. Bad all data sheets. No. Actually, yeah, it's giving me the data sheet for the C revision. I need the data sheet for the B revision. Huh. Yeah, I don't think it'll work. Yeah, yeah, Sloopy says compatible but not interchangeable. Okay. Thought I would check. Sometimes manufacturers do make chips that are like pin and backwards compatible with an old design just so that they can still support old customers, but you like do something different to enable added functionality. So I thought I would double check before someone later said, oh, you know, that would work, but apparently won't. So I guess I will have to find a way to determine if it's the floppy drive. Unfortunately, the chips on the floppy drive aren't socketed, so I may have to sit down with the schematics and see if I think any of the... Actually, you know, I think Adrian had a problem like this on one of his videos. All right, I think for the floppy drive, I'm just going to sit down. I'm gonna first start with Adrian's video. I think he had a tandem drive that did something very similar. So I think the first thing I need to do is just go watch his video on the tandem floppy drive. Because I think he had one that had a very similar problem. And if he hasn't already had it, he might in the future. Um, or it may be another YouTuber. I sure think I've seen a YouTube video on someone repairing a drive that did that. So, oh, okay, yeah, you've used whole 360K drives where the system wants 180K, and they work, but the old drive won't know what the newer, yeah, won't know what that newer chip is. Yeah, that might be the case. It may actually be still pin compatible, but the drive won't be able to. It won't be able to talk to the drive, even though it's pin compatible with the signaling on the motherboard. Okay, I don't feel like troubleshooting floppy drives tonight because that could take a while, and I don't have. I think I need some knowledge for that. And I kind of did want to at least get to the keyboard. How quaint. So I'm going to. Well, I guess I could. All right, tell you what. Let me see if I can find the data sheet for this other controller chip. If the pinout's the same, I might try it. But I gotta be able to. I gotta check the pinout. Oh, well, that's not fun. Yeah, let's see here. Oh, I'm having trouble looking up the data sheet for that chip. All right, let me try Google. All right, FD FD1738B. I may have to 17. Oh, that's 17. Oh, I might have typed the wrong numbers in. 3B. All right. Oh, here we go. Western Digital. Oh, wow. That's an old logo on the data sheet. Yeah, let me, okay, so... Yeah, when's the last time you saw that version of their, name spelled out with that font? That's like... Okay, so... They have a pinout. Here we go. And this is the wrong revision of the datasheet, but it does say that the C revision. So I've got the B revision chips. It says the C revision is functionally compatible pin for pin with the A and B. So all right. So right off the bat, these are not pin compatible. At least it does not appear as if they are, because of the new chip. Yeah, these are not pin compatible. Because pin 1 on the old chip is a no connect. Pin 1 of the new chip is an active low read. It looks like probably a read enable. Right there, disqualifying change. Okay, they are not compatible. So anyways, I'll probably pull the floppy drive at some point and sit down and try to troubleshoot it from the schematic. Yeah, it is quite nice, Adam, for the those quadra boards. Yes, I do find those quadra boards to be quite nice in the fact that there was nothing to recap on this one either. Of course, have I tested it? No, not yet. It was sold as is. I haven't tested it yet. It probably just works though. I should try to power this thing up. It's a yeah. Actually, this is a Quadra 650. If anyone's wondering. So someday I'll power this up. But yes, it was quite nice. There are no electrolytics on this board. There was nothing to recap. In fact, Apple was quite nice. The all the RAM appears to be Samsung brand. So it probably just works. It's even a full 68040. XC revision, which is why it's got that weird integrated heatsink, but yeah. It'll probably just work. Now that I have a power supply that works to plug into it. Anyways, yeah. That's some of the fun I might get. I don't know. Maybe we'll look at it for GPU June, and along with some new bus video cards I have that I have yet to get to work. So I need a 1771 or a 1773, according to Sloopy. $2790 series has the data separator built in. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if the 2790s might. That might be what I'm thinking, that the 2790 might work in place of it. Or the 279X series might work in place of the 179X series. All right, anyways, I'm not probably going to order a replacement floppy controller just yet, because quite honestly, since the tantalum shorted on that floppy drive, there's no telling what else might be dead on that floppy drive board. that shorted tantalum might have taken with it. So I'll um I'll probably do a floppy drive live stream, or I might do that on Dave's stream. Sit down with the floppy drive and the schematic, because at least the tandem floppy drives, there's schematics available. Before I go off ordering a floppy controller chip, which I'm sure I'll probably have to order from UT Source, and actually, there's probably someone on eBay selling them, but actually, I just would like to go look FD1793B. Oh, well, that's nice. UT Source at least auto completed the part number. Oh, inquiry price. Nope, that's nope. Probably will well, if it comes down to it and I think that controller chip's bad, I'll ask UT Source how much it would cost, but something tells me that there's a good chance that they're going to want more than I want to pay, because that's what I found when the inquiry price is. Oh, here we go. Found one on eBay. New open box. Okay, that one's promising. Let me add this to my watch list so I don't lose it. Yeah, I think I found one on eBay. Use the TRS-80 drive for testing. Just document the jumper settings. Yeah, what I'll do, Adam, is I'll pull this drive back out. But in order to do that, I'll have to unscrew the motherboard. I really would at least like to take a look at the keyboard. Or I could find one in an Atari 8... Yeah, I don't have an Atari 810 disk drive. I've got an Atari 1050, but that uses a drive where they integrated the floppy controller board onto the main board of the drive, so that won't work. Yeah, I'd kind of like to... Okay, tell you what. Because it involves potentially having to order parts from someplace, and it's a part that I really would rather not order unless I need it, because like, how many computers am I going to run across that have this particular floppy controller in it? All right, I'll pull the motherboard out. It's not like I've secured it with so many things that I can't remove it. I'll pull the motherboard out. I'll pull the floppy drive out. We'll take a look at the jumper settings. 1050 used a 2793. And you said I can use the 2793 in place of the 1793? Because I would take my 1050 apart to see if that chip's socketed. Although I think I'll do Adam's suggestion though of... Oh, that's nice to know that that most computers used them up until 1982, and the Kaypro came out in 1983. So, I guess they weren't keeping up with the Commodores. Well, Adam, you know, I will give Woz this, that despite his weird floppy drive design, using the Tandon's discards, the floppy drives on the Apple II series were faster than a lot of other computers. So, Woz at least did something right. 1050 is mostly socketed. Alright, well, let's do this. Okay. No, actually, Sloopy, the Kaypro II was the first Kaypro. The reason it's called Kaypro II is because of the Apple II. Yeah, they wanted to name their first computer after a popular computer. There never was a Kaypro 1. Also, fun fact, there were two different Kaypros with the number 2 in their name. So the Kaypro 2 Roman numeral is the first one. And then the Kaypro numeral 2 came out like several models later. Yeah, the Commodore drives were like... Yeah, the Commodore drives... Yeah, the jingle from Commodore Australia might be, "Are you keeping up with the Commodore? Because the Commodore is keeping up with you." But yeah, their floppy drives were so slow. It opened... it allowed Epics and other companies to come up with fast loaders. Yeah. Oh, I always thought that there was oh, maybe it was yeah, the way the floppy drive plus Commodore worked, it was definitely... Yeah, definitely not a fast combination. Wait a minute, am I even... Yeah, I'm removing the correct thing. All right, there's two. All right, let me all right. Floppy drive screws. Yeah. Try 1540 on a Vic or any drive on a PET. Well, maybe someday I'll try a PET. Well, I don't foresee that as a computer I'll be getting anytime soon, because when they do come up, they seem to go for prices that are beyond what I want to pay for a PET. Which, considering I never used a PET back in the day, the amount I would really want to spend on a PET is actually pretty low, because I'm more willing to spend money on computers that I have some fondness of. Which maybe is a bad thing, because that's how you can end up spending too much money on a computer. Yeah, I've got like all right. Actually, if anyone was wondering what I got to do the keyboard that I wanted to get to, basically, I think it seems like the keyboard is in pretty good shape for the most part, but I got to replace the connector that the keyboard cable plugs into, which is basically was just going to be a swap. Okay. So I'm gonna have to look up what the jumpers mean. All right. Let me do a really quickly look up the jumper settings for this drive. Luckily, I think I can scroll up in the chat history. Thomas, let's see. Thomas sent me a link to -0 degrees. Tandon, is that the same? Let me double check. Tandon TM 1000. TM 100-1A. Okay. Okay. Nope, that's not what I need. All right, hold on. I'm trying to look up jumper settings. TM dash, Tandon TM 100-1A. TM 100-1A jumper settings. Oh, cool. Oh, wow. I think I found the original manual from Tandon and okay. And the way it's presented on this manual's website, I can't read it. No, I really do want to download the PDF. Thank you. All right. While that opens. Oh, cool. Another 2GS. All right. And luckily, the PDF version is not corrupted. For whatever reason, on their website, the preview it was showing me online, it was showing me the PDF with text overlaid on top of it, and I couldn't read it. So, all right. So this appears to be the. Yep. All right. So I got the service manual for the full height drive. I'm trying to compare jumper settings to see what's compatible. All right. And the half height drive is a Tandon. I can find the label. TM 50-1. All right. Oh, half the number, half the height. That's yeah, sounds exactly like something a company from the 80s would do. Ah, here we go. All right, I've got it. So, I've got the manual for the half height drive, and I've got the manual for the full height drive. And let me see here. Okay, so I think for the half height drive, I need the section on the. Oh yeah, here we go. Starting at section 3.6, I think. I'll share screen here as soon as I got everything up. Let's see, 3.6. Oh, that doesn't look right. Here we go. Okay, confirmed. I have the correct manual there. And 3. Oh, what do you know? It's the same section number in both manuals. All right. So here's what we got. So for this is the full height drive. So the one that was in the Kaypro. I need to figure out what the jumper settings are. So on the drive that was on the Kaypro, it's a 16-pin socket with a 7 segment jumper block, for lack of a better description. Okay. So I guess the 8th one's always open. All right. So I don't know what those jumper settings mean, but on the Kaypro's drive, I guess probably switches, the equivalent of switches 3 through 7 are all open. 1 and 2 are closed. Yeah, internally these drives are, yeah. I see a lot of commonality with these drives. It wouldn't surprise me if the jumper settings are the same. Okay, so I'm just hoping I can find where it describes them, maybe. Let's see. The drive address and option patching is determined by programmable shunt located at 1E. Okay, yep, that is 1E. The MX jumper is used only in single drive systems. See figure 3.3. I don't know what that is. The program shunt is amp part number, blah, 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 blah. The shunt positions can be cut using a special tool, of course. Shunt is installed in a dip socket. At the user's option, it can be removed and replaced by a dip switch. Okay, that's pretty cool. All right, DS0 through DS3 jumpers. Normally, all the shunt jumpers would be cut except for the DS jumper that addresses each individual drive in the daisy chain. Okay, and the terminator's on the last drive in the chain. All right. Um, oh, here we go. Here's the jumpers. So, all right, I'm presuming on the A drive, HS is closed, DS0 is closed. So, okay, yeah, that'd be drive select 0. 1, 2, 3. Okay. That's what I was looking for, was the pinout. All right, now if we go to the TM50, I am totally expecting that the jumper settings are not used. Drive select 0, 1, 2, 3, MX not used. 0, 1, 2, 3, MX. All right. Here we go. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take the jumper block out of the drive that came with the TRS-80. And set it in a safe spot. Well, if I can remove it. Okay. Whoever designed these. Okay. There we go. Got it out. Very subtly marked as to which is pin 1. Alright, so I'll set that to the side. Alright, now I will take the jumper block off of the drive that was in the Kaypro. I don't have a dip switch. I don't have a Okay. Let me set this drive to the side. All right. Put this jumper block in the TRS-80's drive here, aligned with pin 1, which is like going the other direction. All right. And luckily, drive 1 doesn't need terminator pack. Oh, if I can get the, there we go. All right, so now I have the, oh, hold on. No, Adam, luckily it's, so there we go. I got the terminator block from the Kaypro in. All right. Because of various reasons, well, actually, I'm not going to screw this drive in. But I do need to find something to set it on so it doesn't short against the existing drive. Oh, here we go. Um, green painter's tape. There we go. All right, let me see if I can get this drive in. It does seem as if it is slightly wider than the original drives. Somehow. Okay. I'm going to have to... Oh. Alright, this is going to cause a few problems. Because the drive from the TRS-80 will not... Yeah, it's a 9-inch screen. Alright. Let me loosen the screws on this other drive and maybe that'll let the drive cage flex out enough to put this drive in. Yeah, the problem is that there we go. I don't know why. It seems like the full height drives are like just ever so slightly narrower than the half height drives. Oh, and the power connector's on the wrong side of the drive. Hold please while I try to find a Molex power extender. Which I may or may not have. Because the power connector's on the other side of the drive. Got a Molex splitter somewhere if I can remember where it is. Oh, it's in my TRS-80. Alright, this is going swimmingly well. Okay, I just have to find some way to plug the drive into power. With the power connector on the wrong side of things. Alright. It's green. It is a green screen. Trying to think where I might have another Molex power splitter. sure there's one in my Pentium 2 computer. All right, let me go run upstairs and thieve a power splitter so I can plug this floppy drive in. Unless I can think of anywhere else down here that I might have one. Even if it was like a fan. Wait a minute. That's it. Do I have got a fan I think that plugs into power? Plug a fan in. I'll use a fan as my power extender. Why not? Not that fan. Alright. Okay, good idea. But I don't know where the fan is that I was thinking of. One last thought, otherwise I want to run upstairs and snag a computer. Did I... Oh, okay. Yeah, just thought, oh wait, didn't I have a... Oh, that might be one of the screws I've been looking for. I had the idea that that I had bought a fan that had a power splitter on it, but no, it was only just for plugging in the fan that came with it. Stop taking computer parts upstairs. Well, actually, Adam, I took the. Not only did I take the computer parts upstairs, but I took them out of the house. The good part is, like, I don't know if I undercharged or not, but one of my coworkers needed to read a zip disk and he didn't have a drive to read it in, so I actually took the computer to let him read a disk, and he asked me how much I wanted, and I said $20. So I made $20 by taking a computer to that could read a could read a zip drive or read a zip disk. Um, I might have undercharged. I don't know how much that's worth to read a zip, but then again, it was just one zip disk, and he did all the work reading the data off of it. He just basically needed a computer that could do it. So, and again, maybe $20 for the time it took for him to read one zip disk. Maybe that was about right. Yes, I guess I can offer that service now locally. I'm not gonna ship the computer though. All right, but yeah. Anyways, I had to put a Molex power splitter in it so I could connect the zip drive. So, but oh, okay. Well, I guess let me go steal that. Let me go steal the power splitter out of that computer. Because the whole reason I had to put the splitter in the computer was to plug the zip drive in. So, all right. Now I remember. Yeah, the case I pulled that like really cheap power supply that I powered up during Dave's stream that I didn't want to power up at first. Yeah, that was the power supply that was in the case that I put the Pentium 2 computer in. But I decided to put a more modern, better built power supply in the case. Of course, the more modern power supplies don't have Berg power connectors because who puts floppy drives in their computers nowadays? So yeah, that's so the power splitter that I had actually is a Berg and a Molex. And the reason it's in that computer was so I could plug a floppy drive in. Because he wasn't sure what was on the zip disk and we weren't sure exactly what might be compatible with that computer to put the data onto, but fortunately I had found some, because it's running Windows 98. I have Windows 98 on my Pentium 2 computer, and unfortunately I found the USB, the generic USB mass storage drivers, and they were totally happy with a thumb drive of reasonable size. Okay, so I got the floppy drive in. It's jumpered. It's powered. Because I needed the extension. All right. There's that power cable. Here's this wire header that I don't really know what it does, but it does something, so plug it in. It might just be, I think it's going to some sort of adjustment knob or something. All right. Now the question is, I do know that this floppy drive works, the one that was in the TRS-80. It does work. So, if it just spins when I power it up, then I'm going to be inclined to think that the floppy controller's bad. If it doesn't just spin, then well, it's probably something else. But anyways, I will let me see here. I'm actually going to go back to my video view here, which, all right. Let's see here, screen share. Oh, let me first plug the power into the Kaypro. All right. Okay. Power's plugged into the Kaypro. All right. So I've got Droid Cam on my phone. And I think everything is good to power up. There's my Kaypro screen. It actually looks really good in person. And the drive's just running. Adam, I still have the 2 Raspberry Pi 3s. Alright, so that drive is just spinning. That doesn't seem right. Although, you know, it could be one of these logic chips that's on the board. Some of these logic chips, I think I actually have replacements on hand for. Because maybe it's not. Okay, so since this floppy drive still spins, then that means it must be on the board. Is the cable backwards? No. I got the red stripe to pin 1 here, and the connector's keyed on the ribbon cable side. So, although, let me double check that. Okay, Kaypro did not actually use a keyed cable. But I can see by the markings on the floppy drive that the cable is not on backwards. So I have pin 1 to pin 1 to pin 1. The cable is not backwards. Maybe I should pull open the Kaypro II service manual and let me pull that open real quick. Otherwise, I'm probably going to Kaypro technical reference. Okay, let me see if it has what I'm looking for in it. Basically, all right, Kaypro technical manual. Chassis, mainboard, CRT, power supply, diskette drives. Troubleshooting 15.2. Here we go. Got a troubleshooting guide. Let's see if it goes into enough detail to troubleshoot this. Otherwise, I may pull the socketed chips on the motherboard and test them. Or the 74 LS series chips, that is. The ones I can put in the tester. All right. Kaypro 2 and 4 symptom. No power, no lights, no video. That's not it. Fuse blows. That's not it. High-pitched squeal or chirp. That's not it. Power LEDs not flickering. Alright, we got a video display. Video's not filled with garbage. Don't see the raster lines anymore. Don't have a strange video. Don't have missing characters. Alright, so it does say drive A LED only on during reset. I don't think that's the problem. Yeah, they're probably good enough to run Naboo stuff. Drive select jump ring incorrect. Alright, I'm pretty sure the drive select jumpers are correct. Effective mainboard. Alright. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna pull the 74 LS series chips out and test them in the tester. The ones that are near the floppy controller. Don't know which are which right offhand, but they're probably used for drive select or something. I'm wondering if though maybe it's the floppy. Oh, you know, there is something I can do first. Hold on. Let's try the Let's try the obvious. Let me remove the floppy controller chip. And then deoxid it and then put it back in. If I can get the chip out. There we go. At least I can inspect for issues. I mean, after all, the motherboard otherwise powered right up, so I gotta find a problem somewhere. Oh, well, they did use a nice dual wipe socket. That's nice. Okay. Yeah, Adam, they are both available. I'll, yeah, send me your address just to make sure I have the correct one. Or if it's in our message history in Discord, just confirm it's the correct one. And I'll double check. I'm pretty sure I know how much shipping's going to be, but I'll double check it. Because I think you may actually be in a actually you probably are in a different postal zone, so I probably don't know what it is right offhand, but it should be fairly reasonable. Deoxit. I'm looking for my deoxit. Where did the deoxit go? Oh, that's deoxit fader. No, we're just gonna go for the. Oh, that's right. I have like 20,000 cans of the contact cleaner because I bought a whole bunch while Amazon was. I mean, it has to be a pricing mistake. But Amazon had this stuff $4.99 a can, but they had it priced at that for like several weeks when I noticed it. So I ordered 4 of them, and then like a week or two later when I realized they still had that price, and that seemed to be like a really good price, because I think the stuff's normally like $10 at the All right, Adam, I can hold them. Um, so I bought like 8 cans of this stuff. There we go. All right, so let's see. There's that. And I'm checking the chip legs. And well, I guess I could zoom in. Anyways, yep. Well, one of the pins is a little bent, but it probably happened when I removed it. All right, let me at least put this in the pin straight. There we go. At least. That's okay, Adam. All right. All right, let's see if the symptoms improve. No, they did not improve. Okay. Okay, so that wasn't it. let me. I think there's a schematic in this reference manual. Let me see if that is correct, and if maybe I can quickly. Yep, there are schematics. Let me see if I can maybe narrow down which chips I need to test. Yep, there's schematics for all the Kaypros in this manual. Oh, here we go. All right. They're not the greatest in the world. I will screen share. They're also sideways, so if you wonder why I'm looking at them sideways, well, you can see what I'm looking at. All right. This is proprietary information. Fortunately, I don't think there's a Kaypro Corporation. And these are so old, they probably, if there is a Kaypro Corporation, I don't think they'd be able to make a new computer. Okay, so don't think they're going to be making CPM computers anymore. If there is a Kaypro Corporation out there somewhere. And wow, I cannot read the chip legend. So there's the floppy controller. And if I had to guess, looks like let me see if I can see. You know, my first suspicion might be the bodged chip, but trying to see if I can see one that may be 74 LS. About U84. Actually, I'm just gonna pull all of them in this area. I think that's probably the easiest thing to do because I'm having trouble reading the schematic because it's hand drawn and then scanned at a low resolution. So I'm just going to. Yeah, I'm just going to pull and test all the chips in this area that the Mini Pro supports. So that is a WD 1943. I don't know what that is. You suspect that is a. Is that U88? Can't read the legend. That is U78. Wait a minute. Is this the right page? Okay, so this is the schematic for the Kaypro II and 4. So U78. U88 is a 9216. Do I see a 9216? Yes, I do. There it is. U88, 9216. I don't know what that is. Although I think, okay, I think that's probably some sort of an amplifier for the data coming in from the floppy drive. Okay. That's probably not it. Um, let me see, is U78? Okay, I don't think U78. All right, that one doesn't look like one I should pull. I don't think this Mini Pro, I don't think my chip tester supports it. Here's a 74LS08. I'm pretty sure it supports that. So why don't we'll just work our way top to bottom. 7408. Okay. That one's supported. All right. That be Kansas City, Kansas, or Kansas City, Missouri? Or is that really the same difference at that point? I don't. I haven't looked at a map recently to see how close those are to each other. All right, 7408. Tests normal. Okay. All right. I will also, I guess, if I'm pulling chips, I'll go ahead and put contact cleaner in the sockets. All right, let me remove this 7406. Ah, okay, so those two cities are adjacent. That's kind of what I was suspecting. All right. All right, so there's the 74.8. So this is a 7406. And in fact, it's not even, it's just a 7406. It's not even like an LS. There we go. And it tests normal. All right. Well, let's contact clean. Yeah, okay. Well, I'll get these last few logic chips, and if that doesn't fix the problem, then well, the Kaypro will just it'll get another chance to be on a live stream later. All right, so this is a 74LS02. I'm really starting to suspect it's probably the floppy controller chip. No. Well, we got a bad chip here. So that is all right. I'm gonna go get my spare chips. I may actually have a 7402. So that is U85. And looking at the schematic, oh yeah, not sure what that does. Have no idea. All right, well, let's see. Do I happen to have any 7402? So at I bought a logic chip assortment from Jamco. Unfortunately, they're not in. Well, I have a 74F02. That's probably the wrong speed grade. Alright. Unfortunately, because the assortment just comes in a bag, that's why they're not organized or sorted, because I just had to put them on anti-static foam. I could at least see what I had. I'll get some more anti-static foam at some point and then probably sort them. Something tells me though I'm going to end up ordering that chip. And let's see here, I'm halfway through them. I do have some 74 FO2s. I'm not sure if that's compatible. I mean, I guess I could give it a try. The worst is it's... Okay, the worst is... I guess the worst... The worst that can happen is it doesn't behave correctly compared to what this motherboard was designed for. It might run. It might be too fast for the board. I think the F stands for fast. All right, so here's a 74 FO2. Actually, first, let me test it. This did come in a chip assortment. Oh. Well, That's weird. Okay. DM74LS02 is the original chip. 74F02. Well, that's the worst that could happen is smoke erupts from it, except it's a bad chip. And in fact, it has the same exact problem as the first one. Logic Unit 4 is bad. Okay. Well, there's a 74LS03. Alright, let me take one last look to make sure I didn't overlook it. Yep, okay, looks like I do not have a replacement on hand. Alright, well, I guess that's probably as good a stop. Well, okay, I guess I can check these other logic chips here. There's only like one more. I can't test the bodged one just because the tester won't be able to handle that. So I don't forget to order this chip though. I'm just going to go ahead and add this real quick to my Mauser cart. All right. I already have a short list of items I need to order from them. In stock. Ooh, got plenty of options for this one. And excellent. They have 10,404 of this chip in stock. SN74LS02N. All right. Well, okay, there we go. It's in the Mauser cart. Yeah, it's a 74LS02. I may have some of it somewhere. I I don't know if I've used it before. There's some chips I have that are scattered about the basement. It is NOR, a NOR gate, a quad 2-input NOR gate. Actually, that's all right. The important thing is I don't have. If I do have it on hand, it's There's no telling where it is. I think they're are actually a relatively common chip, so I will order more than I will order enough so I have some extra spares. It's also common enough that I might. Ooh, 74293. Up. I just found a chip that. Yeah, okay. There we go. Up, and this last logic chip is not supported by my tester. $74LS293. Well, I'm not gonna do fancy wiring tonight, Sloopy. Um, maybe another night I might try some fancy wiring to see if I can work around the bad. Because I'm about to end the stream. Because it's like getting way later. Oh, lovely. What is that chip? That is a 4-bit binary counter. Okay, that's why my tester doesn't support it. Okay, so that chip I just pulled out and put deoxit and put back in. Wow. That chip is still available. Mauser has 55 of it in stock. At least the lead time's only 6 weeks. $3.86 for one. Well, I probably will buy one spare. According to the schematic, D4 isn't used. Um, well, according to the schematic, I am having trouble reading it because I'm looking at it sideways and a microphone's in my way. Um, but yeah, that's if it says it's not used, then it's probably not used. Although that is really weird that I have what is supposedly a brand new 7402. It's a 74F02, and it also has a problem with Unit 4. Well, yes, Adam, I probably have spare chips somewhere, but apparently apparently that chip's probably not my problem. Well, I guess it's probably the floppy controller chip. So yeah, it's probably the floppy controller chip. Or I guess it could be this one here. or this one here. I can't test these, and it could be that one. I mean, it could be this really weirdly bodged one, but 74 LS 390. I think that's what it is. Suppose I could order a spare of those just to have it. Because if in doubt, if I'm ordering parts, I might as well. All right, I'm just going to add it to my Mauser cart here real quick to remember. Let's see here. Is that a D or an N? 74 LS 390 N. All right. That is a dual 4-bit decade counter. Well, I can count how many decades it's been since this computer was released without a chip. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. 4 decades. I use computers in pairs. Yeah, Jeremy's seen what's in my basement. There's probably, yeah, it's not 400 computers. It's probably closer to. It's probably actually closer to 20 than 30. Well, okay, maybe 30. I guess I do have some computers that are not in cases. So yeah, anyways, all right, it is getting close to 12:30. I'm zeroing in on the problem with the Kaypro floppy drive circuit. Sloopy, I will see if I can get a 1797. It might be a little easier to get. And yeah, I'll have to go from there. But it does look like I did fix the A drive. So if I can figure out what's wrong with the motherboard, then hopefully I can get the floppy drives reading. Because yep, unlike a PC where they had I guess basic and ROM. Nope, you got to boot CPM or you're doing nothing. So I need to get some sort of a floppy drive working, and it's gonna be. I think you have to boot from the A drive. So I will. Yep, I guess I'll order a couple of these logic chips. Oh, yeah, I don't want to lose that. That's the jumper that goes to the Tandy drive, which I'll probably pull out of the computer because I need to put the jumper blocks back the way they are tonight, or I'll forget how they go. So anyways, yeah, looks like I need to order some logic chips. I'll order a floppy controller. I will, let me make a note right now to look for a 1797 floppy controller. All right. And there we go. Hopefully I'll remember what that means in the morning. Yep. And I'll order, I guess I'll order the, well, I don't need to order any, well, I'll order some O2s because I'll probably run into that again and I should have some spares. I'll order one of these 293s and I'll order a 390. I kind of suspect those chips are probably fine, but I can't test them in the chip tester. One of them's a 4-bit decade counter, and the other's a 4-bit what was it? A 4-bit binary counter. So probably doing something with the floppy drive state control if I had to guess. Could be some state control that's completely not related to the floppy drive. I'll probably have to read the schematic sometime when I'm not trying to look at it sideways while live streaming, i.e. probably open it in Adobe Acrobat so I can actually rotate it to a direction that I can actually read it without having to tilt my head. And then save a copy off. So, anyways, yeah, thanks for watching. The Kaypro will be back for another day sometime, but tune in Thursday. I will be taking a look at some Trident video cards for GPU June to see if I can get any of them to work. And until next time, take care and have a great rest of your day. And we'll see you next time. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.